Good morning, Mr. Rogers. I'm just going to ask you to affirm your evidence today, so please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good morning, Mr. Rogers. Thank you for coming.
Good morning.
Just to begin, I'd just like to take you through your background, education, and work history, just to get started. And we can use your CV for that. Registrar, if we could go to MTO 38699. And going back to your education at the top there, you received your Bachelor of Science honors in geology from the University of Manchester in the UK in 1973, and then your Master's of Science in Geology at the University of Windsor in 1977. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
And so you are a geologist, is that right, by trade?
Yes, although in Ontario, not a professional geologist.
Sorry, not a?
Professional geologist.
Okay. What's the distinction that you mean there?
It's something they introduced around 2000, where if you were a geologist, you had to be a professional geologist, but I never applied.
Okay. So a professional designation.
A professional designation, thank you.
Okay. And you were employed by the MTO from 1976 until April 2008 when you retired, is that correct?
Yep. Yes, sir.
And I gather you've been a consultant since then, is that right?
Yes, and teaching at university.
Okay. Yeah, so at Ryerson and University of Toronto, is that right?
Yes.
And are you still doing that?
No, I've had enough of that.
Okay. And I wonder, I don't know if your volume's down. I am finding it a little bit hard to hear you at the end. I'm not sure if that's the volume at your end. I think
perhaps I should speak up. Is that better?
Yeah, that is a little better. Thank you. I see on the latter pages of your CV, there's a large number of papers and presentations or publications over the years. I don't plan to go through them, but there's quite a large number of them, I say. Oh.
Yes, sir.
6 or 7 pages. And in terms of your work at the MTO, you were a petrographer in the soils and aggregate section from 1978 to 1990. Is that right?
Yes, and a petrographer is a geologist who specializes in the study of rocks as opposed to the earth.
I see. Okay. It's a branch of geology.
It's a branch of geology. It involves the use of microscopes and so on.
All right. And then from 1990 until your retirement in 2008, you were the manager of the soils and aggregate section of the of Miro in the MTO. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and you were in that section before as the petrographer, and then you became the head of the section, correct?
Yes, my whole business life was with the soils and aggregate section.
Okay, and could you just describe what your job as the manager of soils and aggregates entailed?
We had a staff of between 18 and at one time 40 people, running a laboratory and also providing professional services to the regions in the area of soils and construction aggregates, which the Ministry of Transportation used to use around 10 million tons a year or more.
Okay. And what sort of, that's the general thing. And what sort of duties did you perform? No.
Regrettably, administrative duties, signing things. Occasionally, I would get to do technical work and sit on committees.
And sorry, I didn't catch the last thing you said, technical work and?
Sit on committees.
Okay. And what else did you do? You were involved in the designated source materials list administration, is that right?
Yes, we had two lists that we were responsible for, one for geofabrics and one for frictional aggregates for the top surface.
The surface course aggregates, right?
Surface course aggregates.
And that wasn't the only thing that that the soils and aggregate section was responsible for. What were the other areas?
I said running a testing laboratory, rock slope stability along the Ontario Highway network, and providing advice on stabilization and inspection of rock cuts. Pretty much anything to do with aggregates.
Okay.
And plus we tried to do some research as well, although that wasn't our main focus.
Okay. And okay, if we could then, were you involved in the establishment of the designated source materials list as it related to aggregates in surface courses?
Yes, that started in around 1984.
Okay, and could you give us a short history on how that came about and came to be?
Right. In about 1980, we only had two sources of aggregate for surface course paving of roads in southern Ontario. In northern Ontario, we used local materials that were composed of granites and gneisses, and we didn't have a concern about pavement friction in that area. But in southern Ontario, we had two sources of so-called trap rock, and we wanted to increase the number of sources that were available. And so my job at that time as the petrographer was to find new sources and find people who was interested in supplying this material, and then setting up a system to test and evaluate this material before it went on the list. We were very successful in Eastern Ontario with what is known as the dolomitic sandstone, and then we transferred our energies from Eastern Ontario to the north of Toronto area from Orillia northerly. And we set up a system that we thought was reasonable in approving these materials. Would you like me to describe that?
Yes, please. We've heard evidence on it, but it would be good to get your perspective on it, given your length of and your history with it. Okay,
we adopted two tests, laboratory tests that are not normally done. One is something called the aggregate abrasion value test, which is a very old test originally developed for granite pavers. It's an English test or British test. And that measures the real wear resistance of the aggregate in the laboratory and simulates what happens on the road surface. And the other test we adopted was a polished stone value test. And we had been playing around with this since the early 70s, before I joined the ministry. And there was some technical difficulties with it that weren't really resolved until about the mid-1980s, when British Standards brought out a new version of the test. And then we were satisfied from that point on that it was doing the right job in terms of predicting the likely microtexture or polish resistance of aggregates in the road surface. I can go into a long discussion about what was wrong with the earlier version of the test. But to summarize, I beg your pardon?
You know, a very brief one, if you.
Yes, when we first started using the test, we found that it didn't properly separate the limestones, which we knew polished in the road surface, from the trap rocks. We got very similar numbers between limestone and trap rock, and it wasn't working. And the reason it wasn't working was because of a rubber tire used in the test was grinding the surface rather than polishing the surface. With the introduction of a new tire or flat section in the mid-80s, we started to get polishing of the limestones that we knew had poor field performance and better results with the so-called trap rocks.
I see. Okay. All right. And we'll, in a bit, I want to just take you through the requirements of DSM inclusion, of which those two tests, as you just mentioned, that's part of the requirement, the testing requirements that were part of the DSM application process. Is that right?
Yes, and in addition, they had to meet other physical requirements, such as resistance to freezing and thawing.
Right. Okay. So I will come through the list of that, I think. But as I understand that Bob Gorman reported to you up until the time you retired. Is that right?
That is correct.
And was he, although you were obviously as the head responsible for overseeing the DSM as part of your duties, that he was the primary person responsible for managing it on a day-to-day basis? Is that fair?
Yes, I think so. He and I worked very closely together on this particular topic.
And so what was his role? What sort of things did he do in relation to the DSM?
He would visit the quarries periodically that were supplying aggregates that were on the DSM. He would meet with people who had aggregate sources that were not on the DSM to see if they were interested in supplying or getting onto the DSM. He would manage, to the extent necessary, the setting up of physical test sections on highways. And he would prepare correspondence and generally do most of the legwork on that. He did a very good job.
Okay. And just on preparing the letters, corrected, typically speaking, he would prepare letters to DSM applicants for signature by you. Is that right?
Yes, yes indeed.
Okay. And then another person who worked with soils and aggregates, although not in the soils and aggregates section, was Frank Marciello, who operated the locked wheel skid tester. Is that right?
That is correct.
We understand that he reported to the head of the pavements and foundations, but did skid testing for soils and aggregates, correct?
And for others, of course.
Oh, yes.
We were a relatively small part of his work.
Okay. And typically, how did those requests from soils and aggregates to for DSM purposes happen in respect of skid testing?
I don't actually physically know. I imagine that we sent in requisitions, or we went down to his office and had a talk with him, or sent him a memo or an email or whatever it was. That's how we would do that.
Okay. We expect that, and we have heard that there was a memo that typically went out on an annual basis to the manager of pavements and foundations with a list of pavements that soils and aggregates wanted to have tested. Does that sound right?
Yes, that was later on in the process. Very early on, we only had a very few sources and only a very few test sections. But as we got more and more sources, with more and more test sections, then we needed to have to do some proper paperwork to keep track of what was going on. But
so it was more
prior to 2000. It wasn't quite as formal as that.
Right. Okay. More of an informal approach at that point, given the number of requests that were involved.
Right.
Okay. Now, if we could go registrar to overview document 4, for image 8, please. And before I do anything with that, Commissioner, if we could make Mr. Rogers' CV an exhibit, it would be exhibit 50. And that registrar is MTO 38699.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. So this, Mr. Rogers, is from what we call the overview document, which is a document which is been made an exhibit, which sets out documents and summarizes documents and excerpts from documents for the purpose of the of entering evidence in the inquiry. So from time to time, I'll take you to a paragraph or two in this document, but if you need to go to the underlying document that it's referring to, I'm happy to do that whenever I will be taking you to underlying documents as well. But if you want to look at the underlying document, please let me know when I'm just looking at the overview document. So this paragraph 16 refers to a July 2003 MTO publication by you and Bob Gorman, Becca Lane, and someone.
Frank Marciello.
Yeah, and Frank Marciello, sorry, thank you. Titled Skid-Resistant Aggregates in Ontario. And do you recall this article, this publication?
Very much so. And it was one of several places we had published this information. Starting from about
right, and there's another one that'll come to, which is called Pavement Surface Friction on Ontario Highways from 2004. Is another one. That's another one that you were just referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And so, but this publication, the July 2003 Skid-Resistant Aggregates in Ontario, just generally speaking, it sets out the approach to selecting aggregates with good frictional qualities, their sources, and friction testing methods. Is that a fair overall summary of it?
Yes, it is. And the intent was that it would educate people about this issue, and we published this information in a number of different venues.
Okay. And were you the primary author? You appear first. Were you the primary author?
That is conventional. The person who puts pen to paper usually puts their name first.
Yeah, and that was the case here?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And it's also it's a history as well of the activities over a period of time at the MTO in soils and aggregates. Is that with respect to aggregate selection? Is that fair?
Yes, it lays out the philosophy and the steps as it evolved.
Okay. And if we could go to registrar MTO 3580. This is just the cover page of the paper, the image of Ontario on it. And if we go to image 2, just the abstract. And maybe if you could expand the abstract, please.
I noticed on this page, Frank Marciello's name isn't there.
It is on the, take that down for a second, please. That's true. Yeah, this one, I think the other one, you would mention that if you go back to the first page. Yeah, it doesn't, second page. You're right. I believe his name is on the 2004 piece.
You might go to the next page, which is the real title page.
Yeah, okay, go to the next page.
No, his name still isn't there.
Yeah, just the three of you. And that is what was indicated on the overview document as well, just for clarity. Okay, so we could go to image 2 and expand the abstract. Just then in the first paragraph, referring to aggregates making up about 95% of asphaltic concrete pavements. As a result, the physical properties of the aggregates have a great influence on the frictional properties of the pavement. And then there's a larger explanation of that. When you speak of physical properties in that, could you just tell us specifically what you're talking about?
As opposed to chemical properties, I might add,
Okay.
which is a concern in concrete aggregates. But in physical properties, we mean resistance to wear, to fracture, to freezing and thawing. We mean the shape of the aggregates. We also mean the gradation of the aggregates. We mean the absorption and density of the aggregates. Those are some of the physical properties that we consider, and also we consider the polishing properties, which are physical properties as well.
Okay, and then you refer to the polished stone value test as being measuring the ability of an aggregate to retain or develop microtexture.
That is correct.
Right, and then above that, you refer to the macro texture, and then the aggregate abrasion value test, which you already referred to.
Exactly.
And so when you say wear as distinct from polishing, could you just describe that?
So, for instance, if you take sand and you put it on the road surface and then you drive vehicles over it, you will get abrasion between the sand and the car or vehicle tire, which will slowly remove small particles from the aggregates in the road surface. So when we talk about wear, we want to have an aggregate that will resist the abrasion created by the sand and the vehicle tire to the extent that possible.
Okay, as distinct from polishing?
As distinct from polishing.
And then if we could go to overview document 4, image 9. Actually, I guess it's 9 and 10, paragraph 19. And this refers in paragraph 19 to the one that I mentioned a few minutes ago, a subsequent MTO paper dated April 28th, 2004, titled Pavement Surface Friction on Ontario Highways. And then it sets out a number of items. And this one is listed as you, Mr. Gorman, Ms. Lane, and Mr. Marciello as being the authors. Again, were you the primary author on this one?
Yes, and I think this one is a summary for an international conference where we were limited to 10 pages. And so it's a précis of what's in the previous report.
Okay, and was that at what's called the SURF conference?
Yes, it was, and it was held.
What's that short for?
Can't remember.
Okay.
Some French name, some French initials.
Okay. And if we could go to the Give me one moment. We could expand the paragraph on, or the 3 paragraphs, I think, on, yeah, in the middle of page 10. Thank you. As I understand it, this portion of the paper sets out in summary form the various requirements that a quarry or an aggregate provider must meet in order to be listed on the DSM for surface course aggregates. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, and the first thing is it indicates that the aggregate processing operation is inspected and the bedrock evaluated for quality and consistency. And it goes on to a description about that. Could you just describe that process?
You mean the inspection?
Yes.
We would meet with the quarry operator or proponent if it wasn't open already, and we would have a discussion about the rock that was available at the surface that we could see on the quarry face, and indicate to them and have a discussion with them about any areas or any problems with the material that was available there, and explain that we didn't want that material in the final product. And we wanted to make sure that they understood this properly, or that they were quarrying in the right area of the deposit if it was a very large quarry.
I see.
Now, the quarrying plan at that time, I don't think was in writing. It was an understanding between us, Bob, myself, Becca in some cases, and the quarry owner.
And an understanding as to what?
An understanding as to whereabouts in the quarry they should be extracting the desired rock.
I see. And that was based on, I mean, above that, it talks about, in general, satisfactory quarry sources containing rocks that are even grain, homogeneous, and consistent with uniform quality and consistent
Yes.
aggregate density. That's what you're looking for, is the plan in order to get that. Is that right?
Yes, and in many cases, it wasn't a very hard thing to do, but occasionally we ran into quarry sources where there might be some undesirable material.
Okay. And did you yourself make visits to quarries?
Oh, of course, yes.
And did that include while you were the manager of soils and aggregates?
Yes.
Okay.
Bob and I or others would go out periodically and look at these new potential sources or ones that were already approved.
All right. And then it refers to the polished stone value and aggregate abrasion value test that you have already described. And first, on the polished stone value, it says that the requirement is it's an average, minimum average polished stone value of 50 with no value less than 48.
That is correct.
And what was that? Where was that threshold, those 2 thresholds, derived from?
It was derived from the availability of aggregates in Ontario. And also the polished stone value of the previously approved materials, which were the 2 trap rock sources that were available to us in the early 1980s, that managed to meet a PSV of around 50 or above. We also knew that excuse me, there were some materials with numbers higher than 50, particularly in Eastern Ontario, and but that was our minimum. And we had one source that wasn't able to maintain that minimum, and we removed them from our approved list.
And is that a high value 50? I don't know if that's the right way to put it, but you've described how it was derived. Is that a?
It's not as high as you would like. You would like much higher values, but you also have to look at what's available. Steel slag and some sandstones would give us numbers up around 60. And from a polishing point of view, we would have preferred to use those, but they weren't always available. And we're trying to find sources that are reasonably economic and close to the market area where we're planning on using them. So to some extent, the value of 50 is a compromise.
I see. Okay. And I mean, you referred to the steel slag. Was that, is there also an issue with durability for steel slag? That was a problem. I think it's referred to in this paper.
There was a durability problem with steel slag pavements when they used the fine aggregate in combination with the coarse aggregate in the steel slag pavement. And that was partly a chemical problem. The steel slag coarse aggregate by itself, using a normal natural sand, behaved rather well and gave exceptional frictional values. But it became less and less available as time went on, and I don't think we have time for a digression into that topic.
I think you're right.
I should point out one thing.
Yes.
The AAV of 6 is a low value is good, a high value is not so good, is lower than the standards required in the United Kingdom. In the United Kingdom, they use an AAV value of 10. In other words, a somewhat softer aggregate. We were able, with our sources that were available to us, to reduce that to 6 and still get satisfactory supply.
Right. So a number of 5, an AAV of 5 would pass your requirements, but an AAV of 7 would not.
That is correct.
Okay. As I understand it, and you correct me if I'm wrong, just to stick for a moment with polished stone value, it's a predictive test, right? It's telling you what the expected frictional qualities are in the future once polishing has occurred. Is that right?
Yes, it doesn't tell you what the friction will be of the pavement, though. That will depend on other characteristics in conjunction with the PSV.
Right, right. But it's predicting by the process of polishing the pavement to its, the aggregate to its terminal polish state. I think I've seen it referred to, about where it's, when it's maximally polished, what its what the polished stone value is at that point. Is that right?
Yeah, what the friction level is at that point. Yes.
At that point in time. Okay. The next paragraph there refers to that MTO normally requires a 500-meter pavement test section using the new aggregate that the aggregate producer is responsible for arranging construction of, and it is tested then, that pavement, with the brake force trailer for 2 years for frictional characteristics before it will be considered for inclusion. And then I understand it, although it's not referred to here, that there's the normal practice was to have a control section as well. Is that right?
Yes, the control section. The control section would normally be the whole of the contract. So you might have a 10-kilometer section of pavement, 9.5 kilometers would be paved with an already approved aggregate, and the contractor would negotiate to get a 500-meter test section inserted into the contract, into the pavement. And we left that up to the proponent to organize that in most cases.
And what's the purpose of having the control section and the rest of the pavement, and then skid testing on that, and the new approval seeking aggregate section?
You're getting a direct comparison under identical climatic and vehicle travel conditions of between the two aggregates, and so you want to ensure that the proposed new aggregate behaves at least as well or better than the existing already approved aggregate. It's a good way to do this.
And would you typically, in those circumstances, be using the same surface course mix, whether it's a dense HL1 or dense friction course? Would you typically be using the same mix, but just with a different aggregate?
Yes, and we and the bituminous section would approve and compare the two mixes that were going to be paved on that section of highway before it was put down. So okay. Yes, we would want similar stone content, similar fine aggregates, and so on.
And it says normally requires a 500-meter test section. Were there occasions, this is written in 2004, were there occasions when that was not the case? Do you recall?
Yes, in Eastern Ontario, where we had two quarries side by side producing sandstone. I seem to remember that we had said the quarry next door's identical to the quarry across the fence line. You don't have to go through the pavement test section process.
And then the skid testing, as we've heard, is typically conducted at the highway's posted speed, right?
Always.
Always, okay. And
always, I should say, in the context of what we're talking about here.
Yes, yeah. I understand. For the purposes of testing for the DSM inclusion and maintenance.
Exactly.
Okay. And although it refers here to the polished stone value and AAV specific requirements, as we've discussed, the AAV 6.0 or less, and 50 or more with average of 50 or more with no value of less than 48 for polished stone value, there is no mention of a skid number or friction number against which the pavement will be evaluated. And why is that?
Never occurred to me. It was a comparison thing. We would hope always that we were getting good friction, and I suppose we normally were. Although I do remember one case where we had an aggregate that went into a test section and it didn't perform as well as the existing pavement, although they were paved at the same time, and that aggregate then had to be put in another test section 2 years later. So it took them 4 or 5 years to get approval rather than 2 or 2.5 years.
Okay, and so the if I understood you correctly, it's because it's a comparative test to the control. It's exactly. To do better than the control, which you've already expected will have good frictional qualities. Is that right?
Exactly.
Okay. Then in the last paragraph, it refers to MTO staff visit each source on a yearly basis and take samples for testing. Are those among the visits that you went on? Appreciate you wouldn't have gone to every annual visit, but did you go to those sometimes?
Periodically, yes.
Okay, even when you were the manager?
And I should point out, we didn't visit every source on a yearly basis. We only visited those sources, quarries, that were being used consistently. If it wasn't being used, we usually didn't inspect it.
Okay. And what's done at those visits? It says take samples for testing.
We would take samples. We would look at the quarry face. We would look to make sure that they weren't contaminating by the material, by bringing in foreign material or material from part of the quarry face that we didn't think was acceptable. And we would have a chat with the quarry owner or operator to find out if they had encountered any problems of one kind or another.
And so those in a nutshell are the requirements?
Yes, fairly straightforward.
If you could take that excerpt down, please, Registrar. And then in the next paragraph, if you could pull that up, please, refers to in 1999 and 2000, that random testing was conducted on the frictional properties of pavements in central and northeastern Ontario. And it goes on to talk about the average skid number was 43 with a range from 32 to 54. And then this is comparable to the range in SN found when specially selected aggregates are used on the more heavily trafficked highways in southern Ontario. Can you comment on that?
Yes, this is north of Huntsville or somewhere around there. We didn't require that the aggregates come from one of these designated sources. We used local sources owned by contractors or owned by the Ministry of Transportation. And we used these for paving without doing polished stone value testing, although they had been tested for other physical properties. And we were usually satisfied that they were satisfactory aggregates from a pavement friction, likely to be satisfactory from a pavement friction point of view. This was a check, and there's a graph in one of the papers showing the range of these numbers, that in fact we were getting pretty good friction in the north, and lo and behold, we were. That was very satisfactory.
Okay. A check on the assumption that you had made about the...
Yes, we knew we had good friction, but right. This was some physical testing just to do a check on that.
Okay. If we could take that down, Registrar, and go to image 7 of overview document 4. And these paragraphs 12 to 14 just briefly describe the DSM and aggregate sources. If we could, the paragraph 12 and 13 talk about the DSM criteria for approval. It's actually all 3 paragraphs. Sorry, Registrar. 12, 13, and 14. There we go. Thank you. So the DSM materials engineering criteria for approval dated June 4th, 2003 is this the, am I correct? This is the formal document setting out the criteria that we were just looking at for approval?
I don't have it in front of me, but yes, that's
okay, well, we can.
It's okay. And we had criteria before that, but at some point someone decided to put them all together in one book, so you could find them more easily. Okay, so just to unpack, this is the formal document setting out the criteria that were previously applied but hadn't been assembled in, as you said, in one formal place. Is that right? Well, yes, it included all the other DSM sources as well. Right, so it's not just about aggregates for surface courses, it's all the stuff on the DSM, is that right? Right. Okay. And if we could go then to
MTO 4472, which is the document. There's the overall, there's the date, June 4th, 2003. It's quite a long document, 73 pages. If we could go to image 20. And this is the section on the surface courses that we were talking about, correct?
That is correct.
That's DSM 3.05.25. And it sets out, this time in bullet points, the criteria, but somewhere in there, might be on the next. Could you pull up the next image as well, Registrar? Yeah. So, am I correct? First of all, that those bullet points set out the criteria that we were talking about previously.
Quick look, yes.
Except, and that the one addition appears to me to be the last bullet, which is the payment requirement. There's a fee for the application. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
And there's one other thing that we hadn't previously mentioned. The quarry would have to put up a 1,000-ton stockpile to show that they could make aggregate of the right physical properties and shape and so on.
Okay. And
that's about the fourth bullet point down from the beginning.
The fourth one. Right. And that's what the samples would be.
That would be the sample that you would then do polished stone value and aggregate abrasion value testing. And that stockpile would probably be enough to build the test section.
Okay, and then we could take that down, Registrar. So we've heard evidence from a few people about the MTO's use of the friction number or skid number, characterize it either way, and the value of 30 being used. And can you describe your perspective on the MTO's use of that number up to obviously the point of your retirement, in particular within soils and aggregates, but also generally?
Well, I'm not sure that it was in the context of soils and aggregates, it was in the context of the highway system itself.
Okay.
Our experience was that as you've got friction numbers significantly lower than 30, your reports of vehicles skidding, leaving the highway, bad collisions would tend to increase. As you got numbers higher than 30, you get less and less of those kinds of complaints, and you hope none. And it's largely related to stopping distance, because the stopping distance when you put on your brakes depends on, amongst other things, the frictional properties of the road surface. So somewhere, and I should also point out that it's not a linear relationship. There's a curve, and it varies at the square of the speed of the vehicle and stuff like that. So values more than 30, you get a relatively short stopping distance, and even if you go up to a friction value of 50, although you get continued decrease in stopping distance, it's not a dramatic change. But when you get values less than around 30, and it depends on your vehicle speed, the difference in stopping distance can vary quite dramatically depending on what the so-called friction number is of the highway. To the point that in winter conditions, of course, you have values well below 20, and we all know about stopping distance on ice and snow-covered roads. Did I answer your question?
Yeah,
Or-
well, I think so. We've also heard that there was no published standard about the use of FN30. You would agree with that?
No, absolutely not. And the reason being, in part, the issue of winter conditions.
So I just want to be clear. No, absolutely not. There was no published standard.
Well, there's the paper by Kamel and Gartzor, where they're picking a number of 30. But there was no, we wouldn't do that because you'd often get pavements that were less than 30. And particularly in the winter.
Right.
And you go to Northern Ontario, we've got snow and ice covered roads for many months of the year with values well below 30.
Right. Well, if there's ice on it or snow, you're certainly going to have lower frictional values. But that isn't what you were measuring. That isn't what you were measuring it at, right? On snow.
We wouldn't attempt to remove the snow and ice on these roads.
Right.
We would leave it there.
Okay.
Now, they're not high volume roads. We're not talking the 401 here.
So just give me one moment. You mentioned the Kamal and Gartshore paper, and that is referred to in the 2004 publication that we looked at, Pavement Surface Friction in Ontario Highways, the one that had you, Mr. Gorman, Ms. Lane, and Mr. Marciello on it. If we could go to, image 8 in OD4. Yeah, and paragraph 17, at the bottom there, you'll see there's a reference with the footnote there that in your paper, 2004 paper, that the Kamel and Gartshore paper is referenced. That's the one you were talking about?
Yes, it is. Although, yes, and that was published as ASTM and also as a research report by the research branch. Okay.
And you cited it in your paper. Were you familiar at the time with, like back in 1982, with that paper? Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Okay. And
yeah, I started in the pavement friction business from about 1977.
Okay. So if we could go to RHV 610. And this is the paper?
This is the paper.
Okay. And if we could go to, it's the Ontario's Wet Pavement Accident Reduction Program. We'll go to image 5. And the second paragraph from the bottom there, it starts pavement skid resistance. If you could expand that, the second paragraph, yeah, there. I just want to make sure that about what you were referring to earlier, talks about the brake force trailer, and that refers to the tentative guidelines shown in table 1 are used for the purpose of this purpose being evaluating the difference between desirable and existing friction levels. Is that what you were referring to?
Without looking at table 1,
yeah, well, we'll go to table 1. You know, I'm taking you there, I promise. If we could go to image 8. That's at the top there, table 1. So this is the tentative guidelines you're talking about?
Yes, I think so. Yes, entitled
Okay.
tentative guidelines.
Okay, and I mean, what were these? It's been around. It was in this paper in 1982, and we've heard a number of people talk about FN30 as being framed it in many ways, a guideline or a threshold or a desirable level. There's a number of ways in which it's described, and the numbers here are similar to that. We talk about freeways and main highways. It says at 100 kilometers an hour, it's at, good is greater or equal to 31, and then borderline 25 to 30 and low under 25. Did these tentative guidelines, did they reflect the practice at the time of the MTO, or did they inform a practice going forward, or both? You were there at the time and you were familiar with it. Perhaps you could give us your insight into that.
Yes, let's look at the low values. We had a section of highway in Parry Sound at that time, or just prior to this, where we had values well under 25. It had been paved by mistake with a limestone aggregate from Michigan, had been brought in by boat. And the aggregate polished, and it had very low resistance to abrasion. So we had neither micro texture nor macro texture. And there were a significant number of wet weather collisions. And I remember going out and looking at this pavement and concluding why it had such low values. And we wanted to repave it, but we didn't have enough money in the budget because it was quite a long section of highway. It was old Highway 69. And it took a number of years to find the money to repave it. And those were values that was less than 25. And that was unsatisfactory, at least in that context, in terms of the traffic volumes on Highway 69. So yeah, you certainly didn't want values on a high traffic volume highway lower or much lower than 25. What it is for borderline and good of 31. Personally, I've always liked to see numbers in the 40s and 50s.
Fair about what you would like to see, but I mean, these are framed as tentative guidelines. So can you tell us, did this inform MTO practice at all, or
no?
Or was it just reflecting what was done, or something else?
Nabil Kamel retired shortly after this paper was published, and he went to work, I think, for Gulf Oil. And when he left, they didn't replace him in the research division. And so his endeavors here were to a large extent lost or forgotten. But nevertheless, I remembered them. And those numbers for the 100-kilometer-per-hour speed limit are certainly ones that have stuck in my mind over the years.
Okay. And if you could go, registrar, take that down and go to overview document 4, image 11. Actually 11 and 12. And yeah, it's a November 4th, 2004 presentation slide deck by Guy Cotillo within the MTO, and it's a sort of description summary of MTO's practices, and including with evaluating new aggregates and so forth. And on the second page there, image 12, under MTO practice, wet pavement conditions, in the last, yeah, actually you can highlight the whole thing, thank you. the last paragraph there seems to reflect what you were just saying. It says 1980 ? Systematic procedures for identification and treatment of highway locations with high rates of wet pavement collisions were abandoned after N. Kamal left MTO. Is that sort of along the lines of what you were talking about?
Yes, except that we still had, or had in each region, pavement evaluation officers. And they each would be responsible for a certain part of their region. And it was their job to periodically go out and look at these pavements, and also to monitor issues such as collisions or excessive collisions. So although the endeavors of Nabil Kamel weren't formally followed by the research group, nevertheless, the ministry was monitoring and keeping an eye on all of the pavements under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Transportation. Okay. Typically, there were two officers in each region.
Okay, and I think we've heard that requests from the regions for, among other things, skid testing would be made from the regions if they had identified issues that they wanted looked into.
Exactly.
Okay, that's what you're talking about, that type of thing. All right, now we've already heard quite a bit. You can take that down, please, Registrar, about the SMA early age friction issue. So I don't want to go into too much detail about it. But as I understand it, you were on the SMA task group, that the joint SMA task group convened by the MTO with industry to investigate and resolve it. Is that correct?
To try to resolve it, yes.
Right. And you were on the task group from the beginning when it was formed in January 2006. Is that right? Till your retirement?
That is correct. But you should be aware that there was a prior committee to 2006, which was an internal MTO committee that had been formed as part of the geotechnical committee in 2005, which was, of course, triggered by the meeting in 2004, where we first learned in detail about some of the problems with SMA friction.
Right. So internally within the MTO, after learning about it and the issue potentially in 2004, internally it was being dealt with by a committee and then the joint industry committee. We
realized that we had to get industry involved in this. It was essential.
Right, and was that at the same conference, the SURF conference, that the paper we looked at was the 2004 paper you referred to, same conference?
Yes, and this is important to understand this. There was a very dramatic paper by an engineer or series of engineers from the Netherlands who were experimenting with stone mastic asphalt. And they were able to produce dramatic skids on freshly paved stone mastic asphalt, where they locked the wheels on a vehicle and the friction developed would melt the liquid asphalt, or melt the asphalt where it would become a liquid and lubricate the sliding of the vehicle on the freshly paved road. This was pretty dramatic stuff. We weren't happy to hear about that.
I see, and that's
you can read their paper. It's there.
I don't know. I know that there was MTO was going to produce the SURF conference materials. I don't know if those have yet been ingested into the database, but if they haven't, they will be.
I've passed, I think, some of the more critical papers on.
Mr. Lewis, I believe that they're now in the database.
Are they? Okay.
That they were in one of the more recent releases.
Thank you. And did you have a sense during your involvement with the task group in 2006 and 2007? We know that there was the pause was implemented by the MTO on SMA use in November of 2007. But prior to that, in 2006, up to the pause being implemented, did you have a sense of how well the issue of early low age SMA friction was known in the industry in Ontario outside of the MTO and the Joint Task Group?
Well, the whole purpose of the Joint Task Group to bring in the industry, which was they would in turn inform their members. So we had someone from the Ontario Road Builders, someone from the hot mix producers, and someone from the testing industry. And I think one other person from industry. So yes, the whole intent was that they would go back to their members and tell them what was going on.
Okay, but it wasn't from the MTO. It wasn't emanating from the MTO. But you're saying the expectation was that the industry members would disseminate it
Which is why we invited them to try and solve this problem.
And then jumping forward in time, actually, not necessarily in time, but Dennis Billings, he was a member of the MTO task group. Do you recall that on the MTO side?
Yes, he was, because he had a couple of real problem SMA pavements.
And he was in the geotechnical engineering section.
Head of geotechnical
in the central
central region. Yes.
Okay. Do you? We'll get to the specific Red Hill Valley Parkway results in a bit, but do you recall if you had discussions about the Red Hill Valley Parkway skid testing results from October 2007, or that it was an SMA pavement with Mr. Billings? Do you recall that?
No, I don't. I mean, yes, we probably had discussions, but I don't remember the discussions. Yes, okay. No, he had this serious problem on the 404 southbound, where he had a high occupancy vehicle lane that went through a tunnel that was paved with SMA, and he refused to open this to traffic because of the low friction he had until we'd investigated and done something about it.
I see.
I think it was diamond ground in the end. Before
diamond ground?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. And do you specifically recall if there was discussion on the task group more generally about the Red Hill Valley Parkway skid test results?
No, I very much doubt that we discussed it at all.
Okay, so well, if I can then summarize, you don't recall, but you probably had a discussion with Mr. Billings about it. You don't think that you had a discussion with the task group as a larger an entity about it.
I might. It's conceivable that I might have had a conversation with Dennis Billings about it, but I certainly wouldn't say it was probable or anything like that. Okay,
but not with the larger joint task group. Is that fair?
Not as far as I remember. You would have to look at the minutes of the meetings.
It's not in the minutes. It's not in the minutes.
Then I doubt that it became a serious point of discussion.
Okay. And from his role, am I correct that Mr. Billings did not have any role with respect to the DSM or DSM applications? Is that right?
Yes, we did. He did have a role. I remember that he set up 2 test sections in a contract near Port Perry, where he was advocating for the use of 2 local granite quarries. And rather than having the proponent set up the test sections, he actually built this into his paving contract. In that there were 2 areas that were designated, and he had arranged for that. So he was working cooperatively with the quarry producers, as were we.
Okay. And
yeah, Dennis is an aggregate guy. He knew a lot about this kind of stuff.
okay, do you recall when that was approximately?
I
We
know
talking in the 80s, the 90s, the aughts?
No, this would be in the late 90s or early 2000s, because I know the test sections only disappeared a year or 2 ago. So we would have had close to 20 years out of them.
Okay, so the early O's, you think?
In that order of magnitude, but it certainly wasn't in the mid-90s or earlier.
Okay. And the pause on SMA, as I mentioned, it was imposed in early November 2007, and you were still on the Joint Task Force. You retired in April 2008, so you were still there at the time. And do you recall what the precipitating factor was leading to the pause?
It was the accumulation of what we thought were unsatisfactory friction numbers on freshly paved highways, and an inability to correct it. I had done some research in the laboratory with our staff to see if we could apply sand to the freshly paved stonemastic asphalt surface, and if we could embed this sand into the fresh asphalt during the rolling process. And we had some success, but we didn't think it was going to work because we didn't have coated sand. The sand grains hadn't been coated with asphalt. Subsequently, a couple of years later, of course, they decided to go with the coated sand. But we did some early work. We thought might be easy and cheap. We'll try and do this without coating the sand and without necessarily using special equipment. But in the end, they had to bring SMA back in, that they had to go that route by putting sand on the freshly paved surface to try and correct the problem.
That was long after. Sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
The problem imposed by the thick asphalt cement film.
Right.
Yes, this was after I left.
Right. So you're saying that before you left, there was one of the things you were trying was the embedded sand.
We knew that was going to be the solution.
Right.
And
okay.
we were trying to find a cheap way of doing it.
Okay. And there was shortly before the pause was implemented, there was a placement of SMA on the 401 near Woodstock, which had very low results. So I'm going to just take you to it. Image 71 in overview document 4, please. Register. Yeah, so 71 and 72, please. And this is on November 5th, 2007. Kai Tam sent an email to a number of MTO employees, which included you, and it's referring to Southwest Region Contract 2005-3030. This was on the 401, and it was using in part Acon Marmora trap rock, which had quite low early friction results. Do you recall that?
Vaguely, I was aware of it.
Okay.
I would have a comment
Sure.
that this goes or is related to behavioral expectation. The highway sections or the pavement sections on either side of this contract were a year or more old. They had well-developed pavement friction with a good aggregate. I don't think they were SMA, and the friction numbers would be substantially higher than 23. So you've got someone driving down the highway in wet weather, and they're used to a certain amount of friction on the pavement. They can feel it through their steering wheel or with their brakes. And then unexpectedly, they hit something with a relatively low and very low average friction number. And there's the possibility of catastrophe. And I always, in the back of my mind, was always thinking about what would look like if a school bus was involved.
Certainly. And so it was cause for concern, these low values, I take it.
Absolutely.
Right. And when you talk about driver expectations, as if I understand you correctly, you're saying that it's the issue of going from an adequate or high friction pavement as a driver onto a low friction pavement. And if the driver is used to the reactions or the effect on their driving and braking on the higher friction area, that it can cause problems when it changes abruptly. Is that what you're speaking of?
Exactly. We all know how to drive on icy roads in the winter after the first snowfall, but initially we don't. And we have to relearn that every year. And we've got a similar or analogous situation here.
And we've heard quite a bit about the issue of performance specifications relating to friction in warranty contracts, and a debate that went on for a number of years about that. That went on after your time, after you retired, but had certainly begun while you were there. And you recall that issue?
Absolutely.
Okay. And could you just give us your perspective on that issue and on specifying minimum friction numbers or failure numbers for friction in a contract, as distinct from the DSM pre-qualified aggregate approach to friction management that you've been describing?
I and my colleagues thought, or many of my colleagues thought, it was a silly idea. We're in a low bid situation. The guy with the lowest number gets the contract. There is nothing to properly ensure, other than some sort of future threat that you didn't meet the specification, that they provide adequate, an aggregate that's likely to give adequate pavement friction. And the period of warranty for this is, as was discussed, is somewhere between 3 years and 7 years. We want our pavements to be giving good friction for 20 years or more. So the DSM leveled, from a bidding point of view, leveled the playing field. The only way you would make some money or get the job was by providing materials that were not on the DSM, and there weren't many materials in southern Ontario that were going to give good pavement friction that weren't on the DSM. Does that cover it as far as?
Well, yeah, I think so. I mean, I take it it's not surprising as the person who was an architect of the DSM, and as you described, and as a petrographer, and by education and practice, that you would have that perspective. Is that fair? I mean, and your experience?
I'm not sure. I think this is a contracting issue and public safety issue. We don't want pavements out there that after 3 years start polishing. The ministry has a duty to ensure that the pavements give satisfactory friction for the whole of their lives.
Right, and your perspective was that the contractual approach to that, using a limited time warranty, wasn't going to satisfy those purposes.
It could, but there were risks, and we would have to manage those risks in some appropriate way that might be more onerous than using the DSM.
Right, presumably through ongoing monitoring, that sort of thing.
Absolutely, yeah, you've got it.
All right, you can, if we could go to image 47, an OD form. And so this is an email that, and actually maybe we can expand 102 and 103, please. On August 1st, 2007, Chris Raymond sent an email to Becca Lane, Kai Tam, and you, setting out a conversation that he had the prior day. You know, that's a typo in the first line. It was on July 31st, that he had with Ludimir Uzarovsky of Golder about the inquiry he made about having heard a rumor about SMA pavements and low early friction, and not allowing Ontario trap rock in SMA. And sorry, then that Mr. Raymond informed them that they had early life friction concerns. And then further discussion about what the aggregates that were used in the Red Hill Creek Expressway. Do you recall this email?
I must have, because I've responded to it.
Right. No, I know you received.
I haven't read it recently.
Okay. You received it. Do you have any independent recollection of the communications around this, or is it just as you read it?
No.
Okay.
Not that I can swear to. The problem is, of course, we've been looking at this stuff off and on for the last year, so it's hard to tell if it was a year ago or 10 years ago.
Fair enough. And near the end, the second last paragraph, sorry, the second last sentence, Mr. Raymond writes, Ludimir indicated he was going to follow up with Chris Rogers regarding the background of this source. And do you recall if Dr. Uzarovsky contacted you?
I can't remember. And there's no note in my diary, although that isn't infallible.
Right. Okay. And sorry, on that point, meaning you checked your diary from that time period, there's nothing in it that would reflect a conversation with him, but you did not always reflect every conversation that you had. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Okay. And would you have called Dr. Uzarovsky arising out of this, or would you just have waited for him to call?
Would I have called him?
Yeah.
After receipt? No, I don't think so. It was too late anyway. He had this aggregate in the hot mix plant. They were paving the next Monday.
Well, then, yeah. Well, in fact, they were doing it the next day. On August 1st was when they started, but you wouldn't have known that at the time from this email.
I don't know.
Well, it doesn't state it in this email is why
No, I know it doesn't, but I may have been aware that they were at some point going to pay. But I think I knew that they had probably brought in this source from Quebec, and it was in stockpile.
Okay. Do you mean you think you knew that at the time, or it's what you were inferring from this email?
Today, you know, however many years later, it's impossible to recollect accurately.
Okay. And was this the first that you were aware of the use of demix aggregates on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Yes, I think so.
And then in the next paragraph 103, you responded that same morning stating, what the city of Hamilton does is not our concern, provided we are not putting in money. And what did you mean by that?
I didn't think that the Ministry of Transportation should be involved in the doings of the city of Hamilton unless we had put in some money to pay or support paying for the highway. If we had put money in, then what we used to call the municipal subsidy rule would kick in, or in the past anyway, where you were required to use materials from the DSM. But I had no knowledge that anyone had given the city of Hamilton money on this highway. But that's why I put in that qualifying note.
Okay, because
we had enough problems with our own highways without having to worry about what the city of Hamilton was doing.
Okay, and I take it though you didn't have knowledge at the time that the province had previously committed money to it.
No, actually, as I found out very recently, came as a shock and a surprise. Well, not a surprise. It came as a shock.
Okay. Now the province had simply made its last payment in the prior year to it, and we understand was not. I mean, it was still a municipal project. So, knowing that, does that change your response?
No, they have the money in the bank to pay for the paving, presumably.
And having received Mr. Raymond's email, did you form a view at the time with respect to the issue of use of demix Ferenz aggregate in the surface course?
Yes, I either looked it up at the time, or I knew, and I can't remember which it was, that we had tested this aggregate previously in the early 1990s for polished stone value, I think. And we had, at that time, obtained a value of 45. And I would have had, although I can't remember if I looked at it, samples of that material still sitting in our laboratory in our display case, where we stored this stuff as a future reference.
Okay, and you were, so around and about that time, you either checked or you remembered it?
Yes. I never visited the quarry,
Okay. And do you recall, we'll get to that, because when demix later, Dufferin demix later applied for inclusion on the DSM, there's a reference in your responding letters, we'll see, to the 1992 polished stone value test results. But do you recall what the purpose was for the testing way back in 1992?
No, but I can speculate. You want me
Okay.
to speculate?
Sure.
That DMIX had applied to us to go onto the DSM, or inquired about getting on the DSM. The quarry is close to the water and can be put in barges relatively easily and shipped on the St. Lawrence system. Therefore, it might be a candidate as an aggregate to be used in parts of Ontario.
Okay, so you don't have, sorry, go ahead.
My guess is that I said, don't make a formal application. Send me a bag of your material and I'll test it and see if it's worth continuing with the application. Save you some money and time and stuff like that. And then I would have tested it, and then I would have communicated back the test results to them, and they made no further application. Now, did I communicate in writing or by phone? I think I would probably have done it by writing.
Okay, well, we don't have any particular record of that. So, but you're saying that you don't have actually a specific recollection. I just want to be clear that that's what you speculate based on perhaps your practices at the time, that how it would have occurred.
That is exactly how it would have occurred. We did this fairly frequently.
Sort of an informal application, sort of run
Yes,
by
we didn't want to put someone through the whole business if there was no chance or no hope of subsequently being approved. And we had an interest in this because we were trying to increase the number of sources on our DSM list.
Okay. And did it occur to you at the time to advise Dr. Zarowski or the city of Hamilton about that?
No. My sample was from 1992. This was in 2007. Who knows what happens within that quarry?
And with the passage
now,
of time,
if he had phoned me, I would have discussed it with him, consistent with revealing information from DMIX to a consultant. But I would have assumed that he had the permission of Dufferin to discuss that kind of information.
okay. Well, he was actually a consultant for the contract administrator hired by the city at that time. So,
right. So we would have had to have had a discussion about whether he had permission to see the DMIX data.
okay. But as you said, you don't recall having, and you don't have any notes of any discussion with Dr. Zarowski about it in any event?
No, none.
Okay. And your comment, though, that it's from 1992 and the passage of time, what can happen with a quarry over the passage of time? You're talking about a distance of 15 years at that point.
The rock may well have not changed, but the rock or aggregate was being taken from a different part or level in the quarry. Within a quarry, you can often get a variety of different rock types, and over a long period of time, those are quite likely to change, or the material being supplied is likely to change.
And did you advised just now of the specific concern given the prior results about using DMIX aggregates, but what about, did you have a more general concern about it being a non-DSM aggregate or no?
Yes, I think I thought that the city of Hamilton was taking a risk in using a non-DSM source for whatever gain. I have no idea.
Okay. Although presumably you would have been aware that there would be test requirements to determine the suitability of an aggregate outside of the pre-qualification of the DSM. Is that fair?
Well, they certainly weren't going to do PSV or AAV testing,
okay,
which would be, from a frictional point of view, would be the critical tests to do.
To your knowledge.
To my knowledge, what?
Well, you don't actually know what the particular contractual requirements were or what tests were performed. Is that fair?
No, I have no idea.
Okay.
But since I had the only PSV and AAV equipment in Canada, and they hadn't knocked on the door, I thought it unlikely that that testing had been done.
Okay. And at that time, is that the case? Those were the only ones in Canada?
Pretty much so, yes.
Well, they were the only machines in Canada, or
the only ones I knew of. There used to be a polished stone value test equipment at the Technical University of Nova Scotia in the 60s and 70s, but I think it had fallen out of disuse. And I was the only person with the equipment for the AAV testing that I knew of.
Right. And again, I just want to be clear, when you say they're the only one in Canada, it's that you were aware of.
Right, but I knew most of the people in the other highway departments, provincial highway departments, and I would have probably heard if such equipment was around.
Okay. Bear with me for a moment. Okay, if we could go to overview document 4, image 78, please. And yeah, thank you, 78 and 79. So jumping forward now to December 7th, 2007, Paul Janicus of Dufferin emailed you about applying to place demix Varennes aggregates on the DSM. And you'll see, yeah, if you could expand the email, please. He indicates the aggregate has already been used in Ontario. It was placed on the City of Hamilton Red Hill Creek Expressway in the form of SP 12.2 FC2 and SP 12.5 SMA. Please advise us of the next step in this process. And did you, at this point, understand that, or reflect back and recognize that this was the same aggregate that you'd been communicated about previously by Mr. Raymond?
Yes, indeed.
And then, if you could take that down, please. We could go to MTO 39. And so in the bottom there, we see the email we just discussed in the overview document, December 7, 2007, from Mr. Janicus to you. And then at the top, you flip that over to Bob Gorman and Judy Pretty within the MTO. Bob, can you also prepare a draft response to these people as well? And was that the normal course? I asked you earlier about whether Mr. Gorman would typically prepare letter responses with respect to the DSM. Was this part just the normal course of the process when a DSM application is received?
This would be the normal thing to do. Okay. And it was pretty much a form letter in reply anyway.
Form letter. So the responses were pretty much form letters, presumably with specific detail tailored to the particular instance, but there was a form that was followed generally.
There was a style of letter that we would use, and he would have used the previous one as a guide.
Okay. All right, and then if we could take that down, please. And go to, sorry, image 70 was already there, I apologize. Image 79. And 80. And so in paragraph 180, you'll see that a few days later, on December 11th, I guess that's one day later at this point, December 11th, 2007, Frank Marciello emailed the Red Hill Valley Parkway October 16, 2007 friction test results to you and Mr. Gorman with the subject line friction results on mixed aggregates in SMA in Hamilton. How did this come about? Did you already know that the skid testing had been conducted?
Yes, I think so.
And do you know how you would have been aware of
no,
that?
I would have probably heard of that from being on the SMA task force or joint committee.
Okay, and again, you don't have a specific recollection of it, but probably?
Not at all, but I think both Bob and I were aware that Frank had gone out there and tested it.
Okay. Heard about it one way or the other. And could you also have heard about it from Mr. Marciello? Were you in the same office?
We were not in the same office, but on the same floor, not very many yards away from each other.
Okay.
So
you might have heard it from him as well?
He may well have told us.
Okay. And so would you then have requested this from him, knowing that he had done this?
Well, certainly in this situation, I would have asked him for it, but we may have had it prior to that, but I don't know.
And we'll look at these results, but over the course of your career, how many, can you estimate sort of an order of magnitude, how many skid test results you had reviewed and interpreted in the course of your duties?
Hundreds.
Sorry, hundreds?
Hundreds of one kind or another.
Yeah. Not at the same time, but over time.
Yeah, over 32 years, you get to look at a lot of data.
And if we could go to, sorry. overview document 4, paragraph 60, or say image 60 and 61, I think. 61 and 62. And if you could expand both of those, please. And these are the detailed results. Would you have reviewed those at the time after receiving them from Mr. Marciello?
Yes, I would have. I did.
You did, okay. And do you recall what you thought about them at the time?
Yes, my thought was that for an SMA, it looked very good compared to the data we'd be getting out on the 401. But I did note, and I think there was some I had a chat with Frank, that we were getting a couple of low values underneath highway structures. Queenston Road, 28.1, a couple of others places there, 28.7 Barton Street.
Yeah.
And Frank and I had seen this phenomenon on previous SMAs, I think on the 400 or 404. And we had found the same thing, that under highway structures, overhead structures, the friction number was a little bit lower than the general run. And we speculated, both Frank and I, that this was due to the asphalt cement still being on the surface of the SMA when it was exposed to sunlight. This is, in this case, before traffic on it or significant traffic on it. But we've noticed that we've found the same thing, that you needed sunlight to remove part of the asphalt film from the asphaltic concrete surface, or in this case, SMA surface. So that accounts for the slightly lower numbers you get there. So as a general rule, mentally, I would remove those numbers from there and calculate my average without those numbers, just to get a feel for what the overall friction number was, knowing that, of course, in a little while, the asphalt cement would be removed from under those structures and the friction numbers would bump up.
And based on your experience with the SMA task group and as you've described?
Yes. So you've got an average friction number of 34 and 34.
Right. All right, and if we just to go ahead and look at the email that you were, I think, referring to from Frank Marciello. If we look at image 81, please. And sorry, give me one sec. Sorry. Sorry, just give me one moment. I just need to check something. just looking for one document. Okay, so if we could go to, yeah, back to, right. I have located it. Okay. If we could go to MTO 3818. And so I think this is what you were referring to earlier. On December 11th, we see Mr. Marciello's email to you and Mr. Gorman, which attached the results from the friction testing. On December 13th, you write back, thanks, interesting to see the low friction areas. I wonder why rich spots. Rich spots being what?
Slightly higher amounts of liquid asphalt cement on the surface of the pavement.
Right. And then Frank responds on December 17th, I can only assume the lower friction spots are underneath structures. Is that what you were referring to before, is his comment about that?
That would coincide with our previous experience.
Okay.
You were asking me about where I'd got the information about the testing of the SMA on the Red Hill. I saw in the previous thing we had up that Becca Lane had emailed us this data in October 2007 out of interest.
Oh, okay.
So we received it earlier than December. We'd received it in October. I had received it in October, and Kai Tam had received it.
One moment.
But it's a small matter.
I'm not sure that that's the case. You're talking about in the overview document.
Yes, the previous page we had up.
Yeah. Hold on.
It was on the higher line.
Okay.
I think it was page 81.
Yeah, you're right. So it's, if we go to image 81.
Look at 187.
Yeah.
Oh, no, sorry, 186.
186, Ms. Lane, this is, but yeah, that is 186 is actually not back in October. We're going to go to the document itself.
Oh, okay, my mistake.
Yeah, that's okay. It's all right. We go to MTO 2946, please. And this is on December 13th. Ms. Lane sent to you, Dennis Billings, and Kai Tam. Not sure if you received this data from the SMA placed on the Red Hill Creek Parkway in Hamilton. Friction was measured at 90 kilometers an hour prior to opening, but that's December 13th. I appreciate that paragraph was referring back to the October 16th testing, but that's what you were just looking at?
Yes, and so this is clearly how we got the information if we didn't get some prior information from Frank.
Mr. Lewis, I noticed that we are about 25 past 11. There's a matter that I have to attend to very quickly. I wonder whether this might be an appropriate time to take our 15-minute break.
Yes, that would work. Thank you. Could we make it 20?
20 minutes?
Yeah, I would appreciate that.
So we'll return then at 11:45, stand adjourned until that time.
Thank you. Can we have the all council breakout room, please? Registrar. Thank you. We're back. May I proceed, Commissioner?
Please proceed.
Thank you. Before the break, you were talking about the issue of the sub 30 results from the October 16, 2007 Red Hill skid testing, having been noted as being below structures. And you talked about it on a previous placement that had been an issue. Am I correct? There wasn't any further study or research on that issue? This was
As far as I was concerned, we weren't going to do anything more.
Sorry, as far as you were concerned, what?
We weren't going to do anything more on the Red Hill, other than what subsequently happened.
Yeah, no, I meant, sorry, what I meant was, generally speaking, is about correlation between being under structures on SMA, that sort of thing. No,
that was a hypothesis and highly likely to be correct.
Sorry, you're a little bit, the volume's a little low. I heard it's a hypothesis and...
I think a hypothesis is highly likely to be correct.
Okay. And earlier you mentioned that what you called the municipal subsidy rule, which required then use of the DSM. Could you elaborate on that?
Yes, this was something that had an agreement, a long-standing agreement, prior to the Harris regime, whereby there was an agreement between the chief engineer of the Ministry of Transportation and the Municipal Affairs Association, where if you wanted a subsidy, and most municipalities got a subsidy of some kind, you were required to follow the, I'm not sure the MTO specifications, but certainly the OPSS specifications for municipal use, and also to use sources from the DSM. And this could be, fence wire. You had to use a source from the DSM.
Okay, but I think you mentioned prior to the Harris years, you're talking about prior to 1995, is that right? Or
we did away with, or the Ministry of Transportation did away with municipal subsidies fairly early in the Harris period. And my view or my knowledge was that no one else was going to get subsidies. So I was surprised to hear that Hamilton had got some funding for the Red Hill.
All right. Well, it was an older project. There had been the project stretched over a number of years, but so you can't speak to the. As far as is your understanding that rule, as you called it, no longer applied?
I have no knowledge, but I thought it no longer applied.
Okay, thank you. And you spoke of course, the polished stone value test and the AAV test that the MTO performed. Are you also familiar with micro Duval and LA abrasion tests?
Very much so.
Okay. And
I have written a lot of papers on the micro Duval test.
Okay. And what about the LA abrasion test?
Not so many papers because it's not such an interesting test.
Okay. How do they relate, or do they measure the same things or different things than polished stone value and AAV?
None of them are none of those tests are related to PSV. The Los Angeles abrasion and impact test, to give it its formal name, is really not an abrasion test at all. It's an impact test, and it was developed in Los Angeles, California in the 1920s when they noticed breakdown of gravel under steel rollers, and they found that this was a test that simulated to some extent that breakdown they were observing. It then found its way into North American standards and has been largely used. Unfortunately, It's not a useful test in the majority of cases at all. It doesn't. Very rarely is your aggregate exposed to impact, except in the case of railroad ballast. And there's no abrasion or very little abrasion involved in the process. So I've spent part of my career trying to get it dropped from standards and replaced with a real wet abrasion test, which is the micro-Duval abrasion test, which is a development of a test developed in France in the late 1960s. We use slightly different equipment in North America, and we've introduced this into MTO standards, provincial standards, Canadian standards for concrete aggregates, and into American through standards through AASHTO and ASTM.
Right. And is the micro-Duval test, as you said, it's you said a real wet abrasion test. So is it similar in that sense to the AAV?
The AAV is done dry.
Right.
At the very low values, there's a relationship between AAV and micro-Duval. There's a graph of this in one of the papers showing the relationship. At higher values of micro-Duval, it loses track of the AAV. So it's not as good as the AAV at predicting where in the road surface.
And in respect of the polished stone value and the AAV, they are, I don't understand you as saying that good results for those are guarantees of good friction on a pavement. Is that fair?
They're good indicators that you're likely to get satisfactory friction on the pavement.
Okay. And under what circumstances can you wind up with poor friction, even if you have aggregates with good PSV and AAV results?
Well, if the asphalt mix design is incorrect and you get asphalt flushing, then you're not going to get a good relationship, obviously. I haven't found many cases where the PSV didn't predict to some extent the friction we would get out on the road surface. There's one exception to that, and it's highlighted in the paper, which is when we get into very hard aggregates like quartzite. And there, the PSV tends to underestimate the likely behavior of the aggregate in terms of its friction out on the road surface. And they found a similar relationship in the United Kingdom when they did experiments there, full-scale experiments.
Are you talking about the paper being the skid-resistant aggregates in Ontario paper from 2003?
Yes, if you look at those papers, there's a whole commentary on it, and also there's a graph showing the relationship between aggregate abrasion value and micro-Duval abrasion.
And did you, slightly different topic, did you share the Red Hill October 16, 2007 test results outside of the MTO at any time?
No, I can't imagine why I would.
Okay. Well, potentially, at least to the SMA task group, but you indicated that you did not generally to the task group outside of the MTO.
I have no recollection. You would have to look in the minutes of the task group.
And as I said, it's not in the minutes. I just wanted to clarify that.
No, then I have no recollection of bringing it, but it may well have come up in discussion.
Okay.
But I don't think we physically tabled Frank Marciello as test data.
All right. If we go to overview document 4, image 79, please. I guess it's 79 and 80, please. And so on December 13th, 2007, you wrote back, you sent a letter back to Demix Dufferin respecting the request to have the Varennes Quarry aggregate included on the DSM list. And we can see the text of the letter there. Am I?
Which letter, which paragraph are we talking about?
Sorry, it's 182 that straddles the two images.
Oh, okay. Yes, yes, yes. I can read that fine.
My apologies. And am I correct that Mr. Gorman would have written this letter for your review and signature, but he would have taken the initial cut at it?
He would have taken the initial cut, and I may, because of the previous testing we had done, I may have added that paragraph there.
Right.
I made that your quarried aggregate.
Right, you're talking about the bottom paragraph on the first image that goes on to the top about, we are somewhat familiar with the rock from your quarry in 1992.
Yes, all of that stuff and the following paragraph.
Right, I note the part about, I note your quarried aggregate was recently used on Hamilton's Red Hill Valley Parkway. Right.
Bob and I wrote this together as the formal letter would show you.
And then it attaches a map and a copy of the report entitled Skid Resistant Aggregates in Ontario. That's the same paper we were talking about, is that right?
That is correct. And this is for their information to give, right, if they so choose to read up and find out what's going on.
And in the letter at the top of the second image, well, actually, the end of the first image, it says the test results are generally acceptable. The only exception, and this is from 1992, those test results. The test results are generally acceptable. The only exception is the polished stone value PSV test results, which did not meet our ministry's criteria. And so, what was your intention going forward? Number one, why were you providing the previous results? And then what was your intention moving forward with this?
Well, they owned the test results in the sense that it was on their material. I thought it would be useful information to them. They might think about that as they move forward.
Okay, and if we could go to put two documents side by side. This is MTO 42 and MTO 43. This is just the letter itself on the left-hand side that we just were quoting from. And then on the right is the attached table 1. It's referred to the laboratory test data. And I see it's got a number on the upper right there, just above the test results, 92B 415. What does that tell you?
92 is the year. B is testing done in the Downsview or Central Laboratory, because we had 4 other laboratories operating, doing testing around the province. And 40,015, I think 40,000 series samples were ones sent in under my signature. So that was my 15th sample that I had submitted that year.
And then the results themselves, there's a large number of them. We can see as one of them is, it does have the LA abrasion test in there, is the 4th one down.
Yes, that shows that it's a very strong impact resistant aggregate.
And polished stone value of 45, which you had, that's the value that you said was, would not have been acceptable. Is that right?
Not acceptable to us. I note the aggregate abrasion value is very good, and that, along with the microdeval abrasion of 3.5, tells me that it's very wear-resistant aggregate. So if it's sticking up in the road, it's going to behave quite well, give you, we hope, sharp edges and be resistant to wear and abrasion.
So yeah, so the AAV is as you said, it's the lower value is better.
Yep, and microdeval certainly exceptionally low.
And who conducts those? Who is conducting those tests? These are all done internally at the MTO, is that right?
Yes, in the soils and aggregates section, we had about 4 or 5 laboratories, and different laboratories would conduct different tests, and then they would all be assembled together in the format that you see here.
Okay. And then it gives at the bottom the rock type description.
Yep.
Which is?
A syenite. A feature of syenites is that they don't contain quartz. And usually you like to have a little bit of quartz in your aggregate because it's the hardest commonly natural mineral you're going to encounter. The absence of quartz from a polishing point of view is a downer, meaning not so desirable. So this is a material that I would intuitively expect might be one that might be more likely to polish.
And that's what the polished stone value test is evaluating.
Exactly.
Okay.
We find our best friction with aggregates is where we have a aggregate that contains a mixture of soft minerals and much harder minerals, which is why the dolomitic sandstones of Eastern Ontario are so superior compared to most other aggregates available in the province.
And even though, as you've indicated, that the polished stone value test was did not meet the ministry's criteria, as you pointed out, you're considering the application afresh. Is that correct?
Well, this was testing done, 15 years earlier.
Right.
Of course, we would consider it. Meaning, we wouldn't automatically tell them no based on 15-year-old data.
Right. And in the letter, in the third paragraph on the left, you indicate that the quarried aggregate was recently used on Hamilton's Red Hill Valley Parkway. We plan to monitor the performance of your aggregate in the expressway. Is that what's that a reference to? Is that the skid testing that's going to take place?
Yes, well, visual examination,
okay.
I think, and probably in due course, testing with the brake force trailer.
Okay, well, and wouldn't that definitely follow based on the?
Well, it certainly would. The problem was that we didn't have a control section. Right. So any testing that we did would be a relatively limited value.
Okay. For DSM purposes, because there's no control section?
Yes. Yeah, the absence of a control section is a bit of a problem. And also it's an SMA rather than a dense friction course or FC2. And SMAs give you a different texture than you get with the other pavement types.
Okay. And so, but you don't have, since you don't have a control section and you're saying you plan to monitor the Red Hill, is the there's no alternate plan. So the decision appears to have been made that that's what's going to happen. It's going to be the monitor.
No,
Red Hill,
no.
is that not true?
No, not at all. Because the next step, bottom paragraph, is to visit the quarry, take a sample, and do fresh testing.
Right.
Back to table 1, though. It tells me that that was a pretty complete set of tests we did on this aggregate from DMIX, and we would have forwarded that data to them in 1992. It wasn't just doing a polished stone value test. We did the AAV test. So it may have been that there was an application of some kind at that time. If it was going to be anywhere, it would be in the same correspondence file, or one very close to it.
Well, we haven't.
But I understand no one's found it.
We certainly have not.
That's understandable.
You mean given the passage of time?
Well, unfortunately, they recently moved laboratories, and I suspect that during the move, some of this stuff would have been thrown away or discarded or sent to archives and can't easily be found again. But there would have been a letter to DMIX almost certainly at that time.
Okay, but coming back then to the issue of a test strip and control strip, you're quite right. You indicate that it says there's going to be a quarry visit and so forth, but that'll be the next step. But nonetheless, the typical approach is to do the skid testing for a period of 2 years. So is that there's no reference here to doing another test strip and on an existing road or anything like that. So is it not at this point just contemplated that that the monitoring via the skid testing is going to be done on the Red Hill?
I think that December the 13th, which was only 2 days or a few days after they'd submitted their initial letter, we were deferring this till April 2008. So, for instance, if the polished stone value that we obtained on fresh samples taken in the summer of 2008 were not satisfactory, we wouldn't have proceeded.
Right. Okay. And am I correct? You don't have a specific recollection of that, but that's what you think is likely? Or do you have a specific recollection of that?
That's what the process would have been. If their polished stone value hadn't been 50 or above, the whole thing would have been dropped.
Okay. And this letter doesn't specifically refer to the application being for SMA. It does say it says approval of your Varennes quarry. This is in the reline for SP 12.5 FC1 course and SP 12.5 FC2 course in fine aggregates. Does that mean that it's only being evaluated for use in those type of mix?
Well, no, obviously we would, given the specific situation we're in, it would also be evaluated for stomastic asphalt. But we didn't have a formal list. I think at that time we had a list of aggregates that we thought were acceptable for SMA, and that was a contract specific by special provision in each individual contract.
Right.
List.
At that point in time.
Right. Yes, and an SMA is a relatively specialized mix. So our major concern would be for the FC1 and FC2.
Okay. And then you retired within 4 months, I guess, at best, in a little bit over that in April 2008. To your knowledge, up to the date of your retirement, did the MTO inform Hamilton or Golder of the Dufferin DeMix application, or that the Red Hill was being evaluated to assess the aggregate quality in relation to the DSM?
No, not at all. I very much doubt that we would have informed anyone.
Okay, and was that a typical procedure? Or lack of procedure, as the case may be?
I think you're best describe it as lack of procedure. We wouldn't normally do that, and certainly not in any formal way. We wouldn't be writing a letter to anyone.
I mean, typically, who did you did the soils and aggregate section deal with for an application? Was it the applicant?
Yes, it would have to be the applicant.
And anyone else?
Well, we would deal with the regions. So
sorry, I mean external to the MTO.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. And did you consider notifying Hamilton about the application or the assessment of or the monitoring that would be done?
Well, we weren't. It's not clear to me that we say we plan to monitor the performance of your aggregate in the expressway. As I said, that could be a visual observation. It didn't necessarily require friction testing at that point in time. So no, we wouldn't tell Hamilton about that. It's a public highway.
Right. Would you, if you knew at the time that there was going to be skid testing for sure conducted on it, would you have notified Hamilton?
I don't know, because I wasn't there. I'd retired by then.
Okay.
As far as I can recollect. Now,
yeah, you had left by the time the skid testing actually took place.
Yeah, we might have put our plan together for skid testing for that year in April or March. But I was busy cleaning up my office, so I wouldn't have paid too much attention to that.
And did you at any time subsequent to your retirement contact anyone in the media, the press, regarding friction testing on the Red Hill?
No, not at all. It wouldn't occur to me. As far as I was concerned, it had behaved, the initial results, now, albeit before traffic was on it, were quite good.
And to be clear, in the context of it being an early age SMA timing. Is that right?
Exactly. It was only going to get better with traffic on it.
All right. And the MTO skid tester, there's a seasonal aspect to its operation. Is that right? It wasn't operated in the winter, right?
It was not operated in the winter.
Right. And apart from the winter and concerns with ice and snow testing on that, is the friction number obtained by the skid tester affected by the season in which the testing is done?
Yes. Seasonal variation in friction measurements, at least with the brake force trailer, is a well-known phenomenon. You tend to get higher numbers early in the season and lower numbers in mid to late summer.
And the reason for that being?
Well, some people, there's some discussion about that. My view has always been that in the winter, you've had a little bit of freezing and thawing going on, perhaps slightly refreshing the surface of the tops of the aggregates. Whereas in the summer, we've had dry weather, we've had dust on the road, and the abrasion between the dust and the vehicle tires has enhanced the polish, as it were. Some people will say, well, it's due to oil and stuff like that in the summer months. I don't know for sure, but we had experienced it, and it was well known in Pennsylvania and New York.
And is the seasonal variability, is that one of the reasons why you would, in soils and aggregates, you have skid testing done at the same time on the trial section as well as the control section next to it? Is that right?
Yes, of course. Although you couldn't really separate the two. You wouldn't do one and then come back a week later and do the other.
Right. They're adjacent, so you're going to do them at the same time.
You're going to do them at the same time. So by using a control section, you control that, which is the whole purpose of the control.
Right. And what about air and pavement temperature? Does that affect the friction number obtained from the skid testing?
The pavement temperatures can do, in as far as it can affect the behavior of the tire. But I think the ASTM tire is relatively insensitive to temperature. There is data on that, probably quite extensive data. So, you know, in the normal range, perhaps from 5 degrees up to 30 degrees, I suspect, but don't know, that it's relatively insensitive to temperature.
Okay. Not something you've looked into deeply, is that fair?
Not something we've researched, but there is data available on that.
Okay. And what about the British pendulum test? Is that something that you have experience with?
Unfortunately, too much, yes.
Is that from your time at the MTO?
Yes, it's a complicated, tricky test to do, and it's quite useful, and it's relatively cheap. The problem is, of course, that it's done at a very low speed. The rubber sliding across the asphalt surface or the pavement surface is traveling at a low speed, so it's only really measuring microtexture.
Right. And it's a static test in the sense, I appreciate it's moving, but you're doing it with a standstill device.
And yes, and the area you're testing is only 2.5 inches by 4 inches or something like that. I mean, that's hardly likely to be representative of a long section of highway. And so that means that you have to do quite a lot of it. And also, we've got a traffic control problem. You're closing down a section of highway and trying to operate it is hard to do with passing traffic.
And what was the purpose that you were conducting British pendulum testing for at the MTO?
Well, we used it for the polished stone value test.
Right.
It's one part of the polished stone value test. And also we used it as an example as a bit of a research tool. For instance, at that time, meaning in 2005, 2006, the maintenance people were purchasing alternative de-icers to sodium chloride. And we had a concern that these de-icing agents that were being sold to us were actually making the pavement slippery. And it turns out that they were. And I personally conducted testing outside in the middle of the winter with the polished stone value, with the pendulum thing, with the British pendulum, using asphalt surfaces and different de-icing salts in different degrees of dilution. And we found that plain sodium chloride water gave us the highest friction of all of the alternative de-icers being added to the pavement surface. And I think that we had had a fatal collision caused by this.
Okay.
where someone had gone out and applied this material and someone coming along behind had slid off the road.
And so this is in the, you think you said 2005, 2006 period?
In that period, yes.
Okay.
And I would have written a report on it, but it wasn't published.
Okay. And
but so as a result, and on other experiments on Highway 407, for instance, I'd had extensive experience using the British pendulum.
in the field, as opposed, I appreciate when you're using it for the purpose of the polished stone value test, that's done in the lab,
Right.
right? And the other event when you're talking about what you're talking about is in the field, so testing action.
And I'd used it in the field.
Okay.
But general rule, we preferred to use the brake force trailer. It's a lot easier.
Okay, and so in performing it in the winter, is that something you had done, once or many times?
No, but I remember spending several days sitting outside using the British pendulum with these de-icing agents.
Okay.
My hands froze.
Is that the one occasion?
Well, it was several days, so. No,
I understand, but several days, but that was
certainly the only time I ever used it in serious winter weather.
Okay. What about, well, and that was the purpose of the testing, as I gather. It was because it was about de-icing material. Is that right?
Right.
And what about around zero? Had you in other circumstances done that around zero temperature or below?
No, would be little need. We as a general rule, we didn't use the British pendulum out on the highway.
Okay. And so was that, in that instance, was that the only time you yourself did the British pendulum testing in the field on a highway, in the one you described?
Oh, no, in the winter?
No, generally.
No, I'd done it several times.
Okay.
We had two testers, one that was devoted entirely for the laboratory, for the polished stone value test, and we had the much older one that the ministry had acquired in the early 1960s, which was the first friction testing done by the Ministry of Transportation with the British pendulum back in about 1962, 63.
Okay, and is there, in your view, is there an issue about conducting British pendulum testing at or below zero in terms of the reliability of the results?
Well, as long as you don't have ice on the surface, as long as you've got liquid water on the surface, then there isn't an issue other than to note the temperature at which you're doing it. And the rubber, or whatever it is you call it of the rubber, the softness of the rubber slider that's used, and it's a special rubber that is used, might well vary with temperature.
Right.
So you could test it in the winter and then test the same section in the summer. I wouldn't expect to always get the same results.
Right. And is it higher or lower when you test at a lower temperature?
I would think that at a lower temperature, you would get a lower number. But I don't think the difference would be huge.
Now, I'd like to ask Mr. Rogers about, Commissioner, the 2014 skid test results, and the trajectory of the results leading up to that, because he had been evaluating friction test results in his role for so many years. I understand Ms. McIver, though, may have some comments about my doing so.
Hello, Commissioner. We don't have comments at this time. We've previously raised, however, that there are many MTO witnesses that are involved in this proceeding, and some of those witnesses were at the ministry at the time and had direct involvement in coordinating and reviewing those results. Mr. Rogers, of course, he's spoken to the fact that he retired in April of 2008, and so wouldn't have seen these results. But we would be satisfied to address that in closing arguments in terms of the weight issues.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Noted. Please proceed, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you. So if we could go to overview document 4 at image 96. And in paragraph 230, you'll see, and you were long retired by this point, as we know, but on July 25th, 2014, Mr. Marciello emailed Mr. Senior, your successor, along with Mr. Gorman and Stephen Lee, the results that were taken shortly before that. And then you'll see he writes in a summary broken down by lane, the 2 northbound and 2 southbound lanes, and the results in 2008 as an average versus 2014. We can go to the actual results. We go to the next page. And please, 97 and 98. And I'm also happy if you'd like to go to the detailed results, which we can do as well. The graphs like the ones we looked at earlier for the 2007 results. This sort of gives the overall averages. You've had an opportunity to review these previously?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And putting yourself in your hat on as the manager of soils and aggregates, if you're in that role at the time of these results, what would your view have been at the time?
Looking at it in 2014?
Yeah, because I mean the results are in 2014 and showing the historical results in the southbound lanes from 2007 to 2014 on the right, and the northbound lanes from 2008 to 2014.
Well, this certainly show averages just above 30 at whatever age this is. They're not going dramatically lower, except perhaps in one instance. But I have a couple of other observations. This is at 90 kilometers an hour. That was a very uncommon speed for us to evaluate pavement friction. It was nearly always done at 100 kilometers an hour. And if we had tested this highway at 100 kilometers an hour, we would have got lower values, almost certainly, than you see in 2014. I have another comment, which is much more sort of philosophical comment, that this is being done with a ribbed tire.
Yes.
I am not convinced that, in fact, in this case, with stone mastic asphalt, that the ribbed tire is necessarily the correct tire to evaluate pavement friction. The ribbed tire is not sensitive to macro texture. You really need to use a smooth tire unless you're measuring macro texture in some other way. So there's advantages to using the ribbed tire, which is its relatively insensitivity to water film thickness compared to the smooth tire. So these values you're getting here are not values that I would be totally happy with, in the sense that they really reflect what the pavement friction is out there to the traveling public. These are values that, on the face of it, look quite satisfactory from an MTO perspective, allowing for the difference between 90 and 100. But I'm not convinced, or I have a question, and it's a hypothesis really, that the ribbed tire on SMA may not be the way to go. And your expert from Virginia Tech at the beginning of your proceedings made comments, although not, I think, in relation to SMA, about the difference between ribbed and smooth tires. One of the problems with SMA is that it's a completely different texture from that was conventionally experienced and used by MTO. In conventional pavements, I'll call them conventional pavements, the aggregates stick up above the matrix a little bit by 1 or 2 millimeters, and that's what the car tire sees. In SMA, your texture is reversed. You're riding on a relatively flat surface of stone, and there's no projections, or relatively small projections above that surface, whereas the texture, so-called, is negative, which is holes in the pavement surface that go down into the pavement mat. MTO was beginners, as I think with most jurisdictions, at understanding the frictional characteristics of SMA. SMA, I think, probably requires a much more generous microtexture than perhaps you need with the more conventional mixes. And the macro texture, although you can measure it with the hockey puck and the sand, I forget what it's called, while you're going to get numbers, they may not be numbers that actually impact on the tire or really reflect what the tire sees. All the sand dribbles down into these holes. So I'm not sure that this moves you along, other than to say that on the face of it, they look good or satisfactory, but I still have some doubts in my own mind because of the experience of drivers on the Red Hill Expressway. By newspaper reports that from 2019 or wherever it was, people were sliding off into the ditch. There's got to be something going on the pavement.
So sorry, Mr. Commissioner, if I may, I understand asking Mr. Rogers about friction numbers, given his experience with the friction numbers and the MTO friction tests. I don't think that it's of value to go into the more current circumstances or accidents on Red Hill itself. And so I would like to perhaps make that clear at this time.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think the question was posed with respect to the 2000, what his thoughts would be had he received those results in 2014, and the answer should be really restricted to that question.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Well, I withdraw my comments, if I may.
Quite all right.
And I mean, you do see in these, we can look at the specific results, but you actually, I'll back up for a moment. I appreciate your comments about the use of the rib tire, but that is what the MTO used on the skid tester. That's what it used for years and years.
Absolutely, it's a rib tire.
Yeah.
If you get into it, sometimes the smooth tire is better.
Right. And your comments about SMA specifically in relation to this issue, are those comments based on any particular research you've done, or is this what you are surmising based on what you've seen? I'm just wondering what the basis is for those specific comments that you made about SMA specifically, and whether it's the readings are.
I've looked at a number of SMA surfaces, and I've looked at a large number of other kinds of surfaces, and it's on that basis of visual observation that I make that comment.
Okay. And I think perhaps your point then is if you're going to have a good reading on it, you would also want macrotexture readings to complement it. Is that part of what you're saying?
I don't think you can measure macrotexture in the conventional way on SMA, although I stand to be corrected. I'm not sure what the new laser techniques do.
Okay, thank you. On the specific results, there are quite a number of, and they're not shown, well, they are shown the minimum, but not the number of them. There are in the lanes, they're going down to 26 as a minimum, 27, and this is in 2014, and 27 and 30 in the case of the one lane. What does that say to you? And would that cause you any concern, again, evaluating it from the perspective of your role at the time? Sorry, if you were in the role at the time.
Well, I certainly don't think that it's likely to be a candidate for the DSM. But we don't have a control. So I would be disappointed to get these values if we were considering it for application into the DSM.
If it was at the front end, I hear that. I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. If it was for an application, but when you've already got it on the DSM,
right,
and you're evaluating it for the purposes of continued maintenance on the DSM, what about that? Because the situation here was that it was already on the DSM.
Yes. Okay. I don't have a control. So these numbers are not exactly meaningless, but they're not very useful.
Okay. And if there was, for DSM purposes?
For any purpose, in one sense, in terms of evaluating what's going on.
Well, I'm thinking back to
but yes, from a DSM point of view, I would want to see a control.
Okay.
It might be that there would have been something about the particular abrasion or polishing going on the surface that resulted, compared to perhaps some other surfaces, in lower values than you might normally expect.
I thought that you had, maybe I'm wrong, but I thought that you had said when I first asked you about this that the results would be acceptable, and now it sounds like you're saying that they would not be. So I just want to clarify that.
No, if you look at the averages, they're acceptable.
Okay.
Given that it's 90 kilometers an hour.
Right. If it was at 100, you would expect it to be a higher, the numbers to be somewhat lower, slightly lower at least.
I might expect them to be slightly lower. I wouldn't think 10 kilometers would make a big difference, but the data from 2010 that Ms. Lane referred to a few days ago indicated a slightly different change.
Right, when it was conducted at 100. And again, you weren't there at the time. You're talking about Ms. Lane's evidence given in the course of the inquiry.
Exactly.
Well, I want to be clear then, would these results at the time have caused you, given the situation, you didn't have a control, so would it have caused you, if you were the head of soils and aggregates, to consider removing it from the DSM or no?
We don't have a control,
True.
so I can't help.
All right.
We'd certainly had pavements in the past where we didn't have any serious problems in terms of wet weather collisions with numbers lower than this on highways like the 401.
The next thing, Commissioner, I would like to ask a few questions about the report by Golder that was done in 2019. Again, based on Mr. Rogers' experience in particular with polished stone value testing and the later results given that from the DSM application and as reported in the Golder 2019 report, based on his experience with polished stone value testing and the 1992 results. I understand again that Ms. McIver may have a comment to make before I do so.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. And yes, Commissioner, again, we're satisfied to address this in closing submissions, but it is our position, again, that Mr. Rogers was not at the ministry at the time of this report and didn't have knowledge of this report. And there may be people that are that do have that are participating in the inquiry, but again, we're happy to address that in closings.
Okay.
Thank you.
Again, duly noted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner, may I please chime in on the same point? I'm anticipating that there will be expert testimony as this proceeding advances.
Mm-hmm.
And in relation to the Golder reports, and I express the same reservation as expressed by Ms. McIver,
Okay.
and reserve our arguments to closing on the subject.
Also noted.
Thank you.
And Mr. Commissioner, I agree with the comments that have been expressed by Ms. Roberts and Ms. McIver that I think there is some caution that should be applied to this evidence, given that the witness hasn't been qualified as an expert to comment on these things. So I just raised that as a point of caution.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mr. Letterman.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can take those down, please, Registrar. So if I could go to, is referred to in overview document 10, but we could go to Golder GOL 6612. And this is the version, just for council, that is cited in overview document 10, paragraph 321. I believe the number that we had provided to council was just the same document, but a different version, which was the Hamilton production of the same document. But since it's in the overview document, we'll use GOL 6612. So this is a report dated February 28, 2019 by Golder and Associates. And it's respecting some testing done, an evaluation done by Golder and Associates from work done in late 2017. And in particular, polished stone value testing that was done. And if I could go to the top of image 2. Yeah. It indicates that the PSV testing was done at a lab in Ireland and that PSV is not a standard test in Canada. So it was sent to Europe for testing. I take it from your comments before you'd agree with that outside of the MTO, it's not a common test done in Canada, is that right?
It's, I think, not done at all. Other than, one exception. In Quebec, they use a French version of the test developed by the Laboratoire of Roads and Bridges in Paris. So there is similar testing. It's not identical.
And what's that called?
I can't remember what it's called. I sent a copy to Miss McIver, I think.
Is that the CPP?
It may be called that, but I'm not quite sure what that means.
Right, okay. Okay, and then...
And also I note here that the European test method designation there may not be the same as or identical to the British standard test method, 812. Although my suspicion is that they are very close.
Okay, you're not sure. That's just what you're not familiar.
You would have to read the two test methods together.
Okay, thank you. And then if you could call up the next paragraph, please. I guess the next two under analysis and interpretation. Here it indicates that the corrected PSV of the tested aggregates was 45, taken from cores on the Red Hill Valley Parkway itself from the placement in 2007. And so that's the first part of it. You've read that and you can see the result?
Yes.
Okay. And
so they say the corrected value. When you do this test to calibrate the equipment, you use a fresh sample of a special aggregate of known PSV characteristics, and you correct the actual value you measure based on how those control sample, or how the control sample give results are. So that's what it means by a corrected PSV.
Okay, thank you. And then we've already looked at the 1992 results that you were involved with the PSV of 45. You recall that?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
And then if we could go registrar to overview document 4, image 85. And this is from the letter in paragraph 98, and the letter continues on to the image on the right, from December 4th, 2008, from Mr. Senior, your successor to DeMix aggregates, indicating the test results at that time. And as you can see in paragraph 199 at the bottom, it indicates in the laboratory test results included a polished stone value of 52. You see that? Paragraph 199.
Oh, yes. Yeah, okay.
All right. So those results then are from 2008. So we have 3 polished stone value results, and can you tell us, just based on your experience in your role, what what those results tell you, taken over those periods of time.
In the reports that we previously referred to, meaning the paper on skid-resistant aggregates, there's a paragraph or a chapter, as you will, on variability within a single source. And there's a couple of things. We know that if we submit the same aggregate to a number of different laboratories, the maximum range in values of PSV that we're normally going to experience, which is i.e. 95% of the time, is around 5. And this is a published value in the British Standard Test Method. So, for instance, if you had a value of 50, you wouldn't expect, and you had data from other laboratories, you wouldn't expect, you would expect most of the values to be between 50 and 45, something like that. So now we have two values that are the same, which are both 45, taken many years apart, and another value of 52. So this is outside the normal range experienced 95% of the time. So there's two possibilities. One, that there's a slightly different aggregate being tested in the paragraph 199 from that was used or tested by Golders and by the MTO in 1992. Or that there's, I'm sorry, I back up. Or that they're different materials. I'm sorry, did I say that clearly or not?
Yeah, I think you said slightly different aggregate being tested. From that was used or tested by Golders or the MTO, by Golders in 2000.
Yes, there's a possibility that this is the one tested in paragraph 199 is a slightly different aggregate from the same source from that tested in the other two test results that you have. Or it's at least in part related to multi-laboratory variation. We have a laboratory in Ireland and a laboratory in Canada. This test is a notoriously difficult test to calibrate and perform, and it requires extensive skills and training to do it. So I'm not particularly surprised to see this variation in results, although I would say that it's probably at the extreme edges of the variation you would expect to see. But you can look at the paragraph in that report that gives you more information about this.
So if we could go to MTO 3580. This is the skid-resistant aggregates in Ontario. Is that the paper?
That's
again?
paper, and somewhere in the middle of that.
Yeah. If we could go, I'm not sure what image it is, Registrar, but maybe try image 12. It's page 13, I think.
It would be further on if this is the one we're talking about.
It's figure, I think figure 10.
Oh, yes.
There we go.
There's a graph showing variation.
That's figure 9. So the next one, I think, Registrar, page 13. Is this the one you're talking about?
Yes, this is you can have a discussion about this.
And this is, you're showing the polished stone value of 3 HL1 aggregate sources over a 20-year period.
Right. So forget about the graph with the iron mine waste. That's a highly variable aggregate in and of itself. But the other two, the dolomitic sandstone and the meteorarcos, are remarkably consistent materials. Now, it also shows data from over a period of quite some time. And there's some high results, abnormally high results, or abnormally low results, if one of each. So if you knock those off as being a uncommon, or there may have been a mistake made of some kind, you can get some idea of the kind of variation that I was just talking about, which shows that you're looking at a variation within one source over a period of time of a polystone value of about 5.
I just got a freeze. Sorry, I haven't heard the last. Has Mr. Rogers frozen for others? No, maybe it's fine. The last I heard was you can get some idea of the variation I was just talking about.
Can you still hear me?
I can now.
Okay. You get some idea of exactly what I said. You get some idea of the variation we were just talking about. You're going to get a range in the order of 5 PSV units with occasional, very occasional values that fall outside that. Can you hear me now? Because I can't.
Sorry, I think we just lost Mr. Lewis. I don't see him on the screen anymore.
And I also don't see the commissioner.
Okay. Yeah, we'll just pause the feed right now and
Okay.
get them back. Maybe
Thank you.
maybe their internet connection just went out in the office.
Great. Thank you, Registrar.
No problem.
We're back after lunch and an internet outage at our office, but we are back now. May I proceed, Commissioner?
Please do.
Thank you. I just have a couple questions to finish up. Earlier in your evidence this morning, you were speaking of, and I'll just go from the real-time transcript. You said that values of more than 30, meaning FN of more than 30, you get a relatively short stopping distance. And even if you go up to a friction value of 50, although you get a continued decrease in stopping distance, it's not a dramatic change. But when you get values of around 30, it depends on your vehicle speed. The difference in stopping distance can vary quite dramatically depending on what the so-called friction number is of the highway. And then you go on to talk about winter conditions and so forth. Am I correct in understanding that, correct me if I'm wrong, but that the stopping distances don't decline on a straight line basis as the friction number increases? Is that what you're saying?
They decline as the friction number increases.
Yes.
They don't decline as quickly as you would at, say, friction numbers between 20 and 30.
Right. So the stopping distance.
And there is a graph of this.
Yeah. Okay. Just wanted to make sure that I understood what you were saying. It's as the friction number increases while the stopping distances decrease, it's not a linear relationship.
No, that is correct.
Is that's right? So an example, just picking the two numbers at an FN 30, you're saying doesn't give you, it's not twice the stopping distance of FN 60. Is that right?
Generally speaking, no, but it's also varies as the speed of the vehicle.
At the same speed, I mean, at the same speed. Is that what you're saying?
Then, the difference is, as you increase your speed, the differences in stopping distance will become greater.
As you, no, I get that, but at the same speed.
You pick a particular speed, you will get a stopping distance between 30 and 50 that isn't as great as the stopping distance between 10 and 30.
Right, I appreciate that it would be greater, but it's your difference, what you were talking about, it not being a straight line difference between the two.
It's not a straight line.
Okay, there's not as much of a difference as you go up as it is at lower FNs. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Sort of less of a marginal difference, if we can call it that.
To really understand this, you have to look at the graph.
What graph are you talking about?
It's figure 1 in any of those reports.
Oh, in your report?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. If we could go to, that would be helpful. Thank you. MTO 3580, please.
Mr. Lewis, if I may, I believe in that document, it's image 9.
That's great. Thank you.
Keep going.
Yeah, image 9, Ms. McIver said.
There, Council. This is image 9.
I'm sorry, I might be mistaken. It might be page 9 of this document, with this being page 1.
No, that's...
I think it's on the next page.
Ah.
It was on what would have been page 2.
Page 2. Okay.
You know, there you go. And that is the graph I'm referring to.
Oh, okay.
So you have to understand that this is at 40 kilometers an hour, largely, but not exclusively, on snow-covered and ice-covered pavement. And it shows the theoretical curve predicted by an equation, and it shows the fit of the data, actual field data, around that curve. This was data generated out on Highway 416 one winter before it was open to traffic. So here you can see that if we go from 0.3 to 0.5 in terms of coefficient of friction, the stopping distance varies from 20 to about 12 meters. But if we go from 0.1 to 0.3, the stopping distance varies from 20 meters up to 60 meters. Practically speaking, you don't get many roads less than 0.15.
Right, but okay, I think I understand what you're saying, and I think I did understand you correctly, but it's certainly helpful to have the visualization of it, as you say.
And there, as I said, there are a family of curves around this one, depending upon the speed of the vehicle.
And as you said, this one's at 40 kilometers per hour.
This is at 40 kilometers an hour, I think. Yes, it says 40 kilometers an hour.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions. I understand, Commissioner, that Council for Dufferin will not have any questions. Council for Golder and the city both do, as well as the MTO. We did not discuss who's going first between Council for Golder and Council for the city, however. So
I'm happy to go first for the city.
okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner. Good afternoon, Mr. Rogers. My name is Janine Roberts, and I'm going to ask you a few questions on behalf of the City of Hamilton. First, I want to take you back to a discussion earlier about the DMIX aggregate. And are you aware that the City of Hamilton retained Golder and Associates to complete quality assurance work with respect to the paving on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Yes, and more than quality assurance, I believe.
Yes, that's correct. Do you know Dr. Ludmir Zarowski?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Part of the work was testing on the DMIX aggregate and approval of the use of the DMIX aggregate in the pavement. Are you aware of that?
I was aware that they had done testing.
Okay.
I don't think I've ever seen the test data.
Okay, that's fine. And I take it that you would expect that Golder and Dr. Zarowski in particular would have been diligent in ensuring that the relevant testing was done and the applicable specifications were met with respect to the use of the aggregate in the paving of the Red Hill?
There's two sets of requirements. There's requirements in OPSS 1003, which talk about microdval and freeze thaw. And then there's the set of requirements required in MTO's case to get on the DSM. So if you do the one and you don't do the other, from MTO point of view, you haven't done the complete job.
Okay, but you're aware that municipalities in Ontario are not required to complete all of the, to meet all of the MTO requirements, such as they're not required to select an aggregate from the DSM list.
Not as far as I know, but at the back of the municipal specification for 1003, there is guidance to municipalities about this very issue. It's a non-mandatory appendix.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last.
It's a non-mandatory appendix.
Non-mandatory appendix. Okay, thank you. So it's not mandatory for municipalities to follow that appendix.
No, not at all.
Okay. And you'd also agree that it was acceptable for the city of Hamilton to rely on Golder and its expertise in evaluating the aggregate that was used in paving the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
That's a funny question. Can you say it again?
Sure. I put the proposition to you that it was acceptable for the city of Hamilton to rely on Golder and Dr. Uzarowski and his expertise and the expertise of other members of Golder and Associate to evaluate the aggregate that was being used in paving the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
I'm not sure that I can comment about what the city of Hamilton did in this context. Normally, I would say yes, but I'm not in a position to judge what the city of Hamilton should or should not have done in terms of relying on their consultant.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. And Mr. Rogers, you are also aware, I take it, that the DMX aggregate had been used by the MTQ on a number of projects in Quebec?
Only recently have I found that out, but I had always assumed that it was used locally in the Montreal area. Okay,
thank you. And you told us earlier today about some of the testing that was done in 1992 at the MTO on the DMX aggregate. I think your evidence was that you didn't dismiss the second DMX application out of hand in 2002 when they applied for listing on the DSM, correct?
In 2007?
Yes.
No, of course not.
Yes. Okay. And that's, I think you explained to us, that's because you knew it's a large quarry and rock could have been coming from a different area or a different level in 2007 versus 1992?
Yes.
Okay. And so the MTO evaluated the application in 2007 based on the results from the 2007, the new sampling and the new testing that was done.
The new testing and sampling was done in 2008.
In 2008, thank you. Yeah, so the application in 2007, and then you had to wait till the spring of 2008 to do the new sampling and testing. Is that right?
That is right.
Okay. And you're also aware that the MTO ultimately did list the DMX aggregate on the DSM?
Yes, I am now.
Okay. So that means that MTO's process of qualification, it did not identify any problems with the DMX aggregate in the testing that were part of that application in 2007, and then based on the sampling in 2008.
I'm not sure I've seen all of the test data, but
okay.
Yes, I that's a fair statement.
Okay, thank you. And given that you had left in April of 2008, I understand you may not have seen all the testing, but to your knowledge, you're not aware of the MTO having identified any problems with the DMX aggregate in the testing that it was done?
If they had found a problem, they wouldn't have gone ahead.
Okay, great, thank you. And you're also aware that the friction testing that supported the listing of the DMX aggregate on the DSM was the testing that was done on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I understand it would have been your former colleagues, Bob Gorman and Stephen Sr. in particular, who had made the decision to list the DMX aggregate at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And you, of course, trusted their judgment in allowing the DMX aggregate to be added to the DSM?
I trusted their judgment?
You would have trusted their judgment, yes.
In a general way, in the sense that you're asking me about something that happened after I retired. But yes, they're both competent geologists, and in Steve's case, is a very competent engineer. So yes, I think that would be a fair statement. Okay,
great, thank you. And you're also aware that the MTO did not remove the DMX aggregate from the DSM list because of any sort of friction performance concerns, correct?
No.
Sorry,
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, the way I pose the question makes the answer a little confusing sometimes. So in fact, the DMX aggregate was only removed from the DSM list because the manufacturer essentially made a business decision to stop paying the fees to maintain the listing. Were you aware of that?
I am now.
Okay, thank you. And switching gears away from the DMIX aggregate itself, I take it you're aware that there may be occasions where there's an aggregate that is listed on the DSM, but nevertheless, there's a poor friction result that's obtained when friction testing is done on a highway that's paved using that aggregate?
Yes, but I'm trying to think of a specific example.
Okay, well, maybe if we could go back to, I think there was a brief discussion earlier today about the 401 near Woodstock and the paving that was done there with SMA. And if, Mr. Registrar, if we could go to OD4 images 76 to 77. And I'm looking here at paragraph 175, and this refers to a November 26, 2007 MTO Geotechnical Committee meeting. And you see here, there's the minutes of the meeting are there, and it refers to you giving an update on SMA. And then at the bottom of the left-hand image there, we see a discussion of some trials that were done in 2007, and it sort of continues over to the top. I don't know if, is that big enough for you to read, Mr. Rogers?
Yeah, I can read it.
Okay.
Just a second to read it. Yes, I've read the bottom two paragraphs.
Okay, so the Highway 401 SMA in the Woodstock area that used the Acon Marmora aggregate?
Yes.
And that was an aggregate that was listed on the DSM?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and in this case,
it was the very oldest aggregate, or been on the list the longest.
okay, great. And we see here, and the paragraph continuing over to the top of page 77, that aggregate using the SMA on the 401 near Woodstock resulted in friction in the low to mid 20s. And it was in fact the trigger to pause the further implementation of SMA, correct?
Yes.
So that means that selecting an aggregate from the DSM list is not a guarantee that a pavement will give an acceptable level of friction, correct?
No, it is independent, as we can see here, on the mix design.
Okay.
The characteristics. You can take a good material and still make a bad product.
Okay. So it's, but if we're just talking about the aggregate itself and we're talking about listing on the DSM, that's based on the characteristics of the aggregate, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to ask you a little bit about your evidence this morning, and you made what you called a philosophical comment about the use of a rib tire versus a smooth tire to measure friction on SMA. And you were at the MTO in 2007 when the initial skid testing was done on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, correct?
Yes.
And that testing was done using a rib tire?
Yes.
Am I right that you never expressed your philosophical comment to any of your colleagues at that time?
I had no knowledge about the issues that have since arisen.
And by issues that have since arisen, are you referring to the SMA, the issues with the SMA?
I'm talking about the SMA versus the tire that's used.
Okay, so the philosophical comment that you made is more of a hindsight observation that you're giving us here, as opposed to a view that was held at the time you were at the MTO?
I had no thought at that time that we might want to be thinking about using a smooth tire. There are big disadvantages in many ways to using a smooth tire. But no, I had my views on this have developed over the years.
Okay, so that would mean then that you wouldn't have advised, for example, Mr. Marciello, who was operating the skid trailer, to use a smooth tire to measure the friction on SMA?
No,
Okay, and you would not have, you did not inform, for example, anyone at the City of Hamilton that you had this this view as to the use of a smooth tire versus a rib tire to measure friction on SMA?
no, not at all.
And you didn't inform anyone, you didn't inform Dr. Uzarowski specifically, or for that matter, anyone else at Golder about your philosophical view as to the use of a smooth tire to measure friction on SMA?
At that time, I did not have that view.
Okay. And I take it you're not aware of anyone else at the MTO while you were there sharing that view as to the use of a smooth tire to measure friction on SMA?
As far as I know, they probably haven't had any discussion about it.
Okay. And calling it a philosophical comment, I take it then you've never actually published anything with respect to this view as to the use of a smooth tire to measure friction on SMA?
No, I think this is possibly a topic for further research or investigation.
So, sorry, I'm here. This is not an objection. I just need to advise that the live stream is apparently down on YouTube. And so it's not being broadcast currently. We don't know how long it's going to take to get it back up. So I felt I should advise the Commissioner of that fact.
Yeah. Is someone looking into this at the present time?
Yes. I wonder if
Let's break for 10 minutes till 2:30, and we'll return at 2:30. I'm sorry, Mr. Rogers.
That's okay.
We want to make sure that the public is aware or is able to access this inquiry to the extent they're interested. So let's adjourn until 2:30.
I'm going to open up the breakout rooms now, Council.
We're back, Commissioner. We understand that the problem with, there was a problem with the YouTube link on the inquiry website. We thought it was a general problem, but it's still available, the live feed apparently on YouTube directly. And so we understand that with your approval, we would proceed, and the full video will be available subsequently, as with prior days, on the inquiry website.
That's fine. Let's proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner and Mr. Rogers. Those are all my questions.
Mr. Lewis, then who's next?
Ms. Jennifer Roberts was up next, and then followed by Ms. McIver.
Ms. Roberts?
Thank you. Mr. Rogers, I'm Jennifer Roberts. I'm counsel for Golder. Commissioner, may I begin?
Please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Rogers, I've just got a few questions and prevail on your patience here if I take you back in some evidence of earlier today. I want to go back to the evidence about the use of the demix aggregate in the mix for the pavement for the Red Hill Valley Parkway. One of the things you said this morning, I just want to come back to, he said that you thought that Hamilton took a risk in using a DSM aggregate in that application. And that was because the MTO's DSM essentially was a pre-qualification process?
Yes.
Okay, and that provided confidence that the aggregate listed was of good quality and appropriate for the application. That's what DSM gives anyone using it.
In terms of its likely frictional properties,
okay.
Giving like frictional properties to the pavement surface.
Right. And the issue is here that absent relying on the DSM, that meant that Hamilton and its consultants had effectively to qualify any aggregate being used for the pavement. Do I have that right?
Yes, in the sense that they needed to qualify it at all.
Right, so the point is that if you've got the DSM, then you have that confidence, that assurance that you have an aggregate of quality with good frictional properties. And if you don't have the DSM, then your consultant and the owner ultimately has to take steps to make sure that what's used provides the same quality, but they've got to do it through their own qualification process. That's right?
Yeah, yes, it doesn't have to be the same as the DSM. That needs to be satisfactory for the facility involved.
Yes, that's exactly where I'm going, sir. Thank you. And I take it that you were not aware of what qualifications were required as part of the contract to pave the Red Hill Valley Parkway. That's not something you have any knowledge of. I
had no knowledge at that time.
Okay, and so you mentioned this morning the Ontario Provincial Standard Specification 1003, and that, for instance, is the standard for aggregate being used.
For asphaltic concrete.
Thank you. And OPSS 1003 has requirements for, among other things, microdevol, petrographic quality, freezing and thawing. Those are all qualities that are also identified and required for the purposes of the DSM list. That's correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I think there are two that you mentioned. The aggregate abrasion value, that's one that's not referenced in OPSS 103, but you've referenced it a number of times.
It's not in 1003.
Okay.
It's in the requirements to the DSM.
Right, and I think if I'm understanding your evidence correctly, it's similar to the microdevol test, but not identical.
It's similar to, well, it gives somewhat similar values, yes.
Okay, thank you. And the other test that you mentioned as important indicator of friction is the PSV, the polished stone value test.
That is correct.
Right. And you raised the point this morning that when you were told that a demix aggregate was being proposed for the Red Hill, and you knew it wasn't on the DSM, you said that you also recalled that and you were aware of there was a 1992 testing in which the PSV was too low for qualification for the DSM. Do you remember that evidence?
Yes.
And that your recollection was that the other laboratory values in 1992 were good, but there was a question about the whether PSV was achieved. That's right?
I'm until I saw the data today, I don't think I was aware that we'd done other testing than PSV.
Okay, fair.
Or not aware, I couldn't remember that we had done other testing.
So when this issue, when you were aware that the DMX aggregate was being used on the Red Hill, your question was whether in fact the PSV for the aggregate was of an acceptable quality. Do I understand that correctly?
No, I didn't question that. My view was that it was unknown, other than by looking at a previous sample from 15 years earlier.
Okay, thank you. And you mentioned briefly earlier in your testimony that you were aware that there was a French test that was used for assessing polishability of aggregate.
Yes, and I believe that it's used in Quebec, and I think I found a copy of it the other day.
And if I suggested,
so I didn't read it in detail.
If I suggested to you that the test was called the polishing by projection coefficient, would that ring bells for you?
Well, that's starting to come back to me, yes.
Thank you. And you're aware that it is an equivalent evaluation of an aggregate's resistance to polishing, that's correct?
I'm not sure that it is equivalent.
But I think the French might say actually so that it's superior, but let's hear your view.
Well, you can go both ways. The issue is that in the British test, so-called, you actually have abrasion between a rubber tire and the simulated road surface. And then you feed an abrasive between the tire and the simulated aggregate surface. And you have to do that with 2 different kinds of emery for 3 hours each. And then you measure the final friction using the British pendulum. In the French test, my understanding is that they sandblast the surface with some grit or abrasive material. And that is supposed to simulate the polishing that takes place between the rubber tire and the road surface in the English test.
All right, so I think we'll probably have expert testimony exactly on that point, so I'm not going to dwell on it. But I take it in both cases, the Quebec use of CPP and the MTO use of PSV are both trying to achieve the same result, that is testing the resistance of the aggregate to polishability.
Yes.
And you have no reason to doubt, sir, that an aggregate that met the threshold for Quebec would have established that it had good resistance to polishability. You have no reason to doubt that, do you, sir?
I have no knowledge about it, so I can't go one way or the other.
And then, though, if we go forward in 2008, and you were taken to this earlier, that you were aware that there was laboratory testing done through the MTO that included polystone value for the DMX aggregate.
In which year?
2008.
That was after I'd retired. So I had no further involvement at that time. Since then, of course, through these proceedings, I found out about that testing.
Right, so you knew that
don't think I've ever seen the full test report.
Sorry, I missed that. Sorry, you don't recall whether you saw it at the time?
I certainly didn't see it at the time,
Okay.
and I'm not sure that I've seen it subsequently.
Okay, it's referenced in the overview document, and we looked at that, but I think maybe it warrants actually going to the testing. It's MTO 45. Registrar, can we please go to that? There you go.
That's it. So I wouldn't have seen this in 2008 because it was none of my business.
Okay. But you'll agree with me, and let's go through this, that when you actually look at the test results, you've got a PSV there of 52.
Right?
Do you see that?
Yes.
And that was satisfactory for inclusion in the DSM?
Yes.
And you have a microduval abrasion percentage of 2.7 here?
Yep. Very similar to the previous one.
Right. And I take it, sir, that that is a very good value for a microduval.
And the aggregate abrasion value is again similar to the one tested in 1992 and satisfactory.
Thank you. And then some of these other tests, I think there's one for freeze thaw that's important for our winter climate there, freeze thaw percentage.
Yes, and the specification is maximum of 6%, so it meets that with ease.
And petrographic quality, where is that one? No, I'm not seeing it here.
Oh yes, at the top.
Ah, there we go.
HL and concrete PN is 100. That tells us the sample examined consisted of 100% what was classed as good quality aggregate.
Okay, and so I take it that looking at these test results, these laboratory test results, would have more than satisfied you that the physical qualities of the DMIX aggregate were more than satisfactory for inclusion on the DSM list?
No, because it's the next step.
No, sorry. Listen to my question. Question is whether these laboratory results, I recognize that there are other things that require to be considered for inclusion, but on the basis of the laboratory results that you're seeing, that would more than satisfy the requirements of the DSM list. Do I have that right?
No.
Oh, okay.
Because you're required, once you have satisfactory test data like this, to establish a test section and measure the friction for at least 2 winters.
Right. But as I said in my question, the question was the laboratory results, what you're looking at, sir. That
Yes,
would have met the requirements.
If you're focusing on the laboratory results, you're correct. But
Okay.
it wouldn't meet all the requirements for the DSM.
Because of the requirement for testing, of the friction testing that happened.
In the field.
Right. And that, okay, and we looked at that earlier this morning, and while you thought that when you looked at the 2007, that the preliminary results were good, and I think that's correct. I understood you correctly, sir? Let's go to it.
I looked at results that we had to hand from 1992, and they were very similar to the results we see here, other than the polished stone value.
Right. Sorry. No, I was making reference to the friction testing. You looked at that earlier this morning, the 2007 friction testing that was done.
It certainly didn't raise any issues.
Thank you. Okay.
But that was on an untrafficked road surface.
Right. Well, let's stick with this. Let's stick with the science right now, shall we? On the laboratory results. Okay. I want to go address this a slightly different point. So you've given testimony about the PSV testing. And this morning or earlier today, you expressed the opinion that there were a number of data sets for that. So can we please go to Golder 3580? Registrar?
Hi, so is it a native document or is it?
I think it's the one that that Commission Counsel took the witness through to just earlier at 3580. There's also a Hamilton reference.
Do
I have it wrong?
Yeah. Are you talking about the Golder 2019 report?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. No, it's GOL 6612.
Oh, sorry. I misheard or miswrote it down. Forgive me.
It's okay. Thank you.
I've got the Hamilton reference too here, and I just, was trying to stay consistent. There we go. Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Rogers, you were taken to this earlier today, and you expressed some concern with inconsistency in the PSV given the data. And I just want to go back to that point. And if I understood you correctly, you had data sets from the you referenced from 1992, the 2008 that we just looked at, and then a data set that's reported on in this February 28, 2019 report from Golder. Can we please, Registrar, can you please turn up image 2? And the paragraph after analysis and interpretation beginning the corrected PSV. Can you just call that up? Okay. Can you make that a little bit smaller? Thank you. I can't see everybody, and there we go. That helps me anyway. And this is the corrected PSV, the tested aggregates was 45. Do you remember looking at that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And perhaps we can turn to image 7. There we go. So this is the James Fisher Testing Services. This is their report. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And this gets you the result of 45. Okay. Now, what you don't have, but and I just want to identify it for you. There's another data set, which is the CPP tested provided to Hamilton by Dufferin in 2007. But you didn't know about that one, did you?
I have no information at all.
And you didn't consider that in your theory about the variability of the PSV testing, did you?
No, not at all. I haven't seen it yet.
All right. And I think if I understood you, you identified 2 possible reasons for the variability in the testing, the 45 in 1992, the 45 here, and the 52 from 2008. You suggested that it was perhaps because different rock was extracted from different layers or areas of quarry, and you identified the potential for variability in the testing procedures. Did I understand you correctly?
That is correct.
Okay, and I just want to note something in here, and that is that the aggregate that's reported on, did you understand that in fact had been extracted from a core taken from the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Thank you for reminding me. Yes, I am aware now.
Okay, and so obviously the 1992 aggregate, the aggregate tested in 1992 and 2008 from the Varennes quarry were in both cases virgin aggregate. That's correct?
The 1992 had never been used in asphalt. What was the other one?
2008, the aggregate that you tested.
That was sampled by other people after I retired, and I'm almost, well, we can be assured that it's coming from a stockpile in the Varennes quarry.
In other words, it's virgin aggregates, or is it not?
Yeah, it's never seen asphalt.
Right. Okay. And here, the aggregate that's being tested was extracted in 2017 and extracted after 10 years in service.
Correct.
And extracted, and once that core is obtained, the aggregate itself is extracted using chemical solvents. Do you know that?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So when evaluating the data sets, did you contemplate in the reasons for the variability, the fact that the aggregate that's being sampled here in the James Fisher Testing Services report was not virgin aggregate, that it had been in use in aggregate for 10 years and had been extracted using chemical solvents? Did you consider any of those points of variability?
I do now, but what I would say is that the actual aggregate particles that are the surface of the asphalt making up a very small proportion of the bulk aggregates in the asphalt core of the surface course. And so almost certainly the majority of the materials that were tested in this test that we see the results of here had not been previously polished in the road surface.
Right, I understand that, but that still doesn't account for the effect of the extraction process and the chemicals used to extract them, does it?
The solvents dissolve hydrocarbons. It's an interesting question. Do the hydrocarbons affect the polishability of the aggregate? My guess is no, but I don't have absolute ironclad information on that.
Okay, so in evaluating the reasons for the variability here, you cannot dismiss the potential for the chemical extraction process to have a role in explaining the variability.
I think it's highly unlikely that the hydrocarbon solvents would affect the mineralogy of or the behavior of the mineralogy of the stone because of the abrasion process and the nature of the minerals.
So in your, sorry, I'll let you finish, forgive me.
These are silicious minerals. I would be surprised if they were affected by a hydrocarbon solvent in a material way in terms of the pavement friction. But I would also be prepared to believe if someone could show me data otherwise.
Sorry, I missed what you said. You'd also what?
I'd also be interested in seeing any data that proves me wrong.
Otherwise, so your thesis, notwithstanding the use of the chemical solvents and the fact that the aggregate were in use, you still maintain your theory that the reason for the variability is either differences in testing or differences in where the aggregate was obtained.
Yes, but you use the word differences in testing. It's an inherent part. You do any test, there's an inherent variability that may not be related to differences in testing.
Okay. I just want to address briefly the British pendulum testing. There's also, can we please go back to image 2? Here. So the last 2 paragraphs on that page, can you please call them out, Registrar? A little smaller for me, thank you. Hopefully, can you read that, Mr. Rogers?
Yes, I can.
All right. So in this case, the British pendulum testing that was done, it's actually done December of 2017 and reported on here, showed an average of 39, but variability. And when I was, your testimony this morning indicated that you had experience in the application of a British pendulum tester in the winter because you tested and researched the effect of de-icers that you were concerned were making pavement slippery.
That is correct.
Okay. And your conclusion was is that, if I understood you, your conclusion was that de-icers could have an effect on measurements on the British pendulum tester?
Yes, in the case of my testing, I was testing with the pendulum immediately after flooding the surface with the de-icing fluid.
Okay.
Not hours or minutes later. Okay.
And so that could have an effect. And I understood you to say that that British pendulum testing was a methodology that could be used in the winter. Do I have that correct?
As long as you've got unfrozen water.
Right. Okay. So that's the very point I was going to. So if you have water that is freezing because the pendulum method uses a water film to facilitate the testing, that's correct?
That is correct.
So as long as that's not freezing, then you're going to get consistent, accurate reads from the British pendulum testing machine, right?
Provided you do it all properly, and it's hard to do when it's very cold.
Right, because you've frozen hands, right? Okay. But if you've got film that's freezing, then you're going to get inconsistencies in the numbers. That's correct?
Yes. There would be 2 ways of doing this. One would be to do it on cores taken from the pavement and take them back to the laboratory.
Yeah.
And the other one would be to do it in the field. I would prefer to take the cores and back to the laboratory. But I'm not sure that the data taken at 0 degrees is going to be equivalent to what you might have got at 20 degrees Celsius. I suspect it's similar, but I don't know this for sure.
Right, but my question to you, sir, was that if you've got points at which the film is freezing, you're going to get a variable number that reflects the freezing. That's correct?
Yes, of course.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to go back, if we might, to just one last point. Let's see if I can find it. Registrar, please bear with me for, and Commissioner and Mr. Rogers, please bear with me for 2 seconds while I try and find something. Could we please go to the overview document for 97 and image 97, 98? There we go. So you were taken to these briefly before, but you'll agree with me that the numbers are consistently above that threshold number of 30 friction.
The average numbers are indeed above the 30 number.
Right. And these numbers by themselves would not cause you any concern in terms of the friction on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. I take it that's true.
I'm not sure that I've probably been asked this before, and I've given an answer. Because there's the issue of geometry. And
right, you are exactly right, and that word sort of hits a whole theme that is going to be front and center in much of the evidence. I'm going to ask you just to confine your answer to your reading of this friction report.
we have certainly had many pavements on the Ontario highway system that now normally tangent sections or close to tangent sections with values like this without issues.
So the numbers by themselves would not cause you concern, would they, sir?
No, I don't think so.
Thank you. Thank you. Those are my questions. Commissioner?
You will.
Okay. Ms. McIver.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. I'll be quite brief. Hello, Mr. Rogers.
Hello.
My understanding of your earlier evidence is that in the normal course, and we know there are exceptions, but in the normal course of qualifying for the DSM list, a fresh test section of the aggregate would be laid on an MTO contract using an already approved aggregate. Is that right?
For comparison purposes, yes, that is correct.
Okay. And when you say for comparison purposes, that's because this MTO contract aggregate would naturally provide a control strip to compare it with, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, in the case where for whatever reason there's no control strip for the initial evaluation, the initial inclusion on the DSM list, would consideration ever be given to arranging one on a future contract, in your experience?
Well, we never had encountered this situation as far as I can remember. But yes, that would be the preferred way of doing it.
And if you go ahead.
You do want to establish a control at some point.
And so if you felt that the control data would be useful or necessary in making decisions moving forward, I take it that's something you would consider in those circumstances.
I'm not quite sure. Can you repeat it for me? What would I not consider? Or
if so you mentioned earlier in answering Mr. Lewis's questions that this control data in some circumstances is quite helpful for making decisions about, for instance, removing from the DSM list. So I
would say it was critical or crucial.
And so it follows that in making those decisions, that might be an instance where a control strip in the future is arranged for. Is that fair?
Yes, if I'd been there, assuming that we had agreed to put it on the DSM in the first place, we would certainly have asked for a real control strip the next time it was used.
And by the next time it is used, you mean, I assume, used in Ontario on an MTO roadway?
Yes, in a situation that we controlled, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Rogers. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you. Mr. Rogers, when Ms. Jennifer Roberts was asking you questions regarding the British pendulum testing, you agreed with her that if there are points at which the water film is freezing, that you're going to get variable numbers that reflect that freezing. Do you recall that?
You would expect that, but I would also say it would very rarely occur because you're flooding the surface with unfrozen water. You'd have to have a very cold environment to get freezing in the time it takes between applying the water and dropping the pendulum.
Okay, and at night in the winter, what are the pavement temperatures the same as the air temperature?
It depends entirely on the climatic situation.
Right.
So
what the weather was that day, presumably.
Yes, I mean, if the sun was out in the late afternoon, then you will see that the pavement temperature is going to be warmer than the air temperature for a time until the pavement starts to freeze over.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I have no further questions.
All right. So, Mr. Lewis, I take it that ends the evidence for today.
It does.
Okay. Well, first of all, Mr. Rogers, thank you very much for appearing before the inquiry. You're excused if you want to leave. For the rest, tomorrow is not a sitting day for the schedule, on the schedule. So we'll stand adjourned until Tuesday, this being a long weekend. Let me take the opportunity to wish everyone a good Victoria Day weekend, and we'll stand adjourned, as I say, until Tuesday morning at 9:30. Thank you.
Commissioner.